Hello guys and gals and welcome. Today we're gonna play my Blade Fury Assassin. I've been really busy the past couple days and I really haven't had time to do much of anything. Um, and I'm really hankering for some Diablo. Like you guys don't even know. I just really want to play. And I've been trying. I wanted to get my Blade Fury Assassin up so I can actually do something with her. And then she's just like languishing and in prison. In prison. Veg-o-matic. The matic of the veg. GGM1. Password 16. Actually, no, let's do that. Nightmare. So, play a little bit of our little girl here. Let's hop into Discord VC too, just so that just in case anybody's running, we can say hi, we can chat. I don't know who's going to be on this time of the day, but we'll hop into Gahid's Gambling Emporium. Why not? I don't see anybody in here, but maybe they will see us in here, and they'll be like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'll be like, "Oh, yeah, that's what you do, yeah." And they'll be like, "Uh-huh." I'll be, "Yeah, that's right." What's up, Joshua Graham and Mario Guerra? Yo, yo. I'm gonna put some chanchulas in there. Hold on, the little chonkers, little rats, little chanchula rats. Speaking of chinchillas, I have my chinchilla with me today. If you can't tell, he is actually in my shirt. He's right here. Let me see if I can get him to show his little head. He's taking a nap. You want to say hi? Say hi to the peoples. You go back to sleep. He's a big little boy. He's a big boy. That's a little boy. What you doing in there, little boy? Taking slippies? Got to take a nap? Ain't that so warm in there? Hmm? Okay, go back to sleep then. God, to cover you up. Jeez. Jeez, don't get mad at me. Don't be mad. Be good. Be not mad. Be less mad and more happy. Happy. He's sleeping, he's tired. He said he's tired. So had a long day running in the wheel and stuff. A lot of wheel running. Says he don't even know. I kind of want to respec this girl. Like I really don't want to waste the respec so early, but I messed up on a couple points here and there, and I don't know. I mean, I don't have to respec her, but one thing right off the bat that I did wrong was I threw a couple extra points into Cloak of Shadows, and although it's kind of nice, and I may eventually end up building it, I'm not sure that I really want to. I'm also not really sure about Venom. I don't know if I really wanted to put any points in that, and right now I feel like it's a waste. Also, Shadow Warrior. I feel like Shadow Warrior was a waste. I should have gone with Shadow Master. I feel like Shadow Master would have been a lot better of a choice. And I mean, how many points is that really that I wasted? I wasted, what, 3 points here. I wasted 1 point here, so that's 4. And then I put 4 points into Shadow Warrior, so that's 3. So 4, 5, 6, 7. So I wasted about 7 points, which I could put into Shadow Master instead. And I feel like Shadow Master is going to work a hell of a lot better than Shadow Warrior. Especially, it's rather weird because it's my, she's supposed to be copying me, but she doesn't copy anything I do. I guess the abilities that I'm using are not something that she uses. I don't know. What's up, Ladzimir Dudek? First time on stream. Love your content. Keep it coming. I will. I will keep it coming. I'm gonna pour it down your throat like a beer bong. Ha! Burning Hot Death has joined the game. Alright, we're gonna reset. I'm gonna reset. We'll reset. Let's go. Oh lord, all my jank links just disappeared off of me and everything. Alright, so we definitely need enough strength and dex for this bad boy. This bad mamba jamba. I feel like it is. It is. It's suffering from the penalty, and I feel like it's also suffering from another form of penalty as well. All right, so we need at least 106 strength, which is fine because we're probably going to go higher than that anyway. But let's just go ahead and grab 106 base. Alright, and that leaves me with dexterity issues. So, I actually do want a fairly high amount of dexterity because I want to be able to have 75% block eventually. So that'll be something that I have to work towards. Oh, what's up, Yakuza? It needs a little bit more NiNi? You mean this little thing right here? You mean this little Mr. 999? Yakuza, he said that we don't got enough of you in the videos. He said he's tired. He said you get what you get. That's what he said. He said you get what you get. He said don't be begging. He said it's unmanly. Deckard Cain, what do you want? Jeez, leave me alone. Always nagging me. He sleeps then. Let him sleep. He's tired. He said, "Kosh, kosh, kosh." Alright, that should be good for now. We'll figure out the rest later. HP could be higher, but we're only in nightmare difficulty, and we're only level 47. I think we'll be alright. Alright, points. So we definitely need 20 Blade Fury, which means we've got to put 1 in Blade Sentinel, 1 in Fire Blast, 1 in Wake of Inferno, 20 in Blade Fury. We're not going to get Blade Shield. I'm actually considering Blade Shield. I'm considering it. If I do end up getting it, it's probably going to be one of the last things I get. We'll have to see. It's not like a priority or anything, but it's just another way that I can apply my crushing blow and my open wounds and stuff. Actually, no, it doesn't apply crushing blow, does it? I'm still gonna be thinking about this one, but it's not getting any points right now. All right, so we also want Fade. And we want the master. All right, so we got 21 points here with the master. I want to put 1 point into Mind Blast. Mind Blast is actually pretty powerful. At the very least, 1 point into Mind Blast, which pretty much has the entire tree. Yay! Let's get enough Fade so that I'm capped out in resistances, at least for right now. Alright, so that caps me out for now. And I can put some more points in there later once I get to what was it, level 75? Dang. So when I get to hell difficulty. And I want to blink a bunch of points in the Shadow Master. I want my Shadow Master beefy. A beefy Shadow Master. Just all kinds of beefiness. Just beefcake master. There you go, Shadow Master. Come be beefy. You better be worth it too. I don't want no guff from you, ma'am, sir, ma'am. Oh yeah, I know, and eventually it's gonna be capped. Fade's gonna be capped eventually, but as of right this second, I'm kind of just, I'm just eyeballing it. I'm a range character. I don't need the damage reduced so much right this second, and eventually it'll be capped.
Greetings.
If you guys want to join me for leveling up, I mean, you're more than welcome to. You know, just don't come in here with like a level 90 and kill everything. I want to kill stuff too. I want murder. I want kill. I want a murder, kill, and a murder, kill. I like to do it with the blade fury. I got the razor blades flying at your face. I'm gonna kick you in the face. Oh, you just converted him. Why you converting him? There's only one guy. Your AI needs some work, ma'am. Don't be converting just one guy. You kill one guy. You don't convert one guy. You kills him. Kills him dead. Seth only plays hardcore. I used to play hardcore. I used to. I still have played several hardcore characters. But you gotta realize how many times I die because of stupid distractions. You know what it reminds me of? You guys are gonna laugh at me. So this is what hardcore reminds me of. So in movies, there's always like these movies where like the guy is like this like hardcore like survivalist. He's lived in the mountains for 40 years, and this dude has the knowledge, he has the skill, he has the prowess, right? And over the years, this guy has amassed a fortune and like goods and like, you know, buildings, and he knows where to hunt, and he's made friends with the natives, and you know, just in general, this guy, he's on the ball, right? He is not slouching or making a bad mark for himself, and a woman shows up. And he falls in love with her. And within like a year, he's got no food. The natives hate him. He gets caught by the police. He ends up with like one of his arms or fingers missing. And then he ends up dead. And it's like, and these movies are really common, right? Like it's like a whole trope. Right, the woman basically distracts him until eventually he dies. He was on top of his game, but as soon as the woman entered the picture, he was no longer on top of his game anymore. Like the Indians came and like burned down his hut, and it's terrible. It's terrible. I know, but it's like it's exactly what hardcore is like. You go play hardcore, and if you were like a single male with no responsibilities, it'd be great. You could just be a hardcore character and you could just focus entirely on that task. But when you insert animals, when you insert your girlfriend, when you insert kids and all sorts of other things that will distract and get you killed, you know, the permanent death thing seems a lot less fun because it's not you. You're not the reason why you died. It's you know, your girlfriend comes in the room and asks you why did you take out the trash and and you're like I did take out the trash. You're like, well, why is it full then? Yeah. Yo, Pratham, what's up, my dude? Pratham, don't be dying on me. What weapon you got on, Pratham? Oh, you're using that Kelpie snare. That's actually a really beast weapon. Too bad it doesn't have any damage reduced by. Oh man, what we got? Level 32, a level 38, and a level 50? Can you guys get in here, or is this keep converting everything? Oh, crown shield? What's that? All resistance is 30. Yo, calm it down, skeletons. You got time for all that. Freaking ballista on the ground.
The sanctuary.
The arcane sanctuary. What's up, Hell Clan? I heard you like mudkips. Superior Curios. 6% ED. What's up, my dude goo lords? I heard you like blades in your butt. Blades in your butt. What? Concentration. And she's got really high mind blast. When she converts, she freaking converts, doesn't she? I don't even need to use freaking mind blast. She's over here just like mind blasting everything. Y'all in the way though. Out the way. Mr. NiNi, are you done taking your nap? You can go back in there, buddy. It's alright. You don't gotta worry about a thing. The Shadow Master. The Master of the Shadows. Actually, that worth some money. I'm put that in the doodad. Oh, I ain't got no room in the doodad. Hey, hey, no burning me while I'm not paying attention. What's up, Martin? You would like to see my health globe and manta. I suppose you can see my health globe and manta. I suppose it is a reasonable request. A request of reason. Born from the mind of Dr. Madblood. Hey, a ring. Quick on the draw there. Ooh, confused charges. Ooh.
Good day.
Pink. Somebody's full on gold. Somebody is full on gold. Oh, I forgot to click on the waypoint. I'm an idiot. Might have been a bright idea if I clicked on the waypoint, but I didn't do it because I am silly. Oh, well, thank you, sir. Shadow disciplines.
Impossible.
The disciplines of the shadow. Shadow knows. Pink. Yes. Unfortunately, I forgot to click on the waypoint, so I'm going to work my way down there. Might as well get some EXP while I'm at it. Thank you very much for the charm, by the way. I know that Shadow Discipline charms aren't really worth very much, but I am building a character who's going to be able to utilize them very well. So I'm going to I'm gonna get as many of them as I can. Yeah, I could use as many Shadow Discipline charms as I can get my hands on. This is going to be a Shadow Disciplines character. It's there's really not a lot else that she can build. Blade Fury doesn't really get a huge benefit from plus the skills. There's no IAS that I can do. I'm not really going to build traps so much for Blade Fury. That's pretty much the only thing I'm building is Blade Fury. So I feel like I'm going to get a lot more use out of Shadow Skills charms on this character. I'm going to get eventually. I think I might build Claw Mastery. I just have to get the right claw, but I will be using Fade, which obviously that's going to be nice to have some Shadow Mastery on. I'm really going to be using the Shadow Master, also nice going to have the Shadow Mastery on. And then also I'd like to utilize Cloak of Shadows eventually for the negative defense. We're going to see how that works out. What's up, Brandon? So many potions. My damage is doing pretty good. If you want to join my game, you're more than welcome to swing on by. It's nothing special about the game name. It's GGM1 password 16. It's a pretty generic name. Hell yeah, Brandon with the $10 super chat. Freaking A, man. I appreciate it. I'll pay for that rug doctor I just had to buy. We had some accidents with the pets, and so I got one of them rug doctor machines. And I was cleaning the rugs. Man, I didn't realize how long it took me, man. But it took me like 2.5 hours to clean the rugs. That was a lot of rug doctoring. I'm sorry. Your rug was in surgery for 2 hours. 2.5 hours. We were able to save him, but only just barely. There was a lot of gunk in those fibers. Oh. Please watch out for my knives. I like to slice and dice. I have a veg-o-matic in the back of my rice. I'll slice your potatoes up and make them julienne fried. Superior heraldic shield. All res 16 2 sockets. No good. No good. I was going in a circle. The jewel of knowledge. I bet you I forgot to click on the frickin' waypoint again. I might as well just walk back. Oh, a rune scepter. What's that? +1 vigor. No good. No good. No good. Hey, sir. With the flames. Quit it. Yeah, North American server, Mr. Robot. Password. Game name is GGM1. Password is 16. Don't know what else to tell you. You can change your region if you need to. GGM Sir Sassy was slain by GGM Sir Sassy. How did you slay yourself? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Someone slaying themselves. You killed you? How you killed you? I'm curious of this. That seems like a difficult thing to do, you killing you.
Not enough mana.
Oh, we already chose the wrong way like 3 times. The Wheel of Time show on Amazon. No, I was too busy watching the Cowboy Bebop remake. The Cowboy Bebop remake was interesting. I don't want to say that it was bad, but I don't want to say that it was good either. I really liked not Spike Spiegel. God, what's the other guy's name? The guy with the beard, Jet. I really liked his actor and the way that he played that character. He was very good. I wasn't as impressed with Spike. I don't think he really captured the aloofness of Spike as well as the anime did. Jet captured his character perfectly. I felt like Jet was like dead on with his character capture. But Spike was a little. I don't really know how to put it. Like, just in general, when you watch the anime, Cowboy Bebop, you get the feeling that Spike doesn't really care about a whole lot. Like, he doesn't really care about anything, and he's very jovial and joking most of the time, and he only ever really was serious when like certain topics would come up, you know, like had to do with the syndicate and whatnot. and it was almost like sometimes he wasn't serious enough when he should have been serious, like in the anime, and sometimes he was he wasn't very jovial at all when he was supposed to be jovial. It was odd. And then there was there was a couple scenes that they changed for like no particular reason, and I don't understand why. It didn't even make any sense to me. Like
yeah, I don't know why that they changed the ending to the first episode. I thought it was done really well.
yes, the ending to the first episode was a really big kind of like, why did you change that moment?
Yeah.
Because at the end of that episode, he of course he's still going. Like he's got the the red eye.
The whole reason was the drugs make him feel like he's invincible, and that's why he thinks he can keep going through the gate.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's not even what got me. What got me is that there was a moment there in that episode that was really profound, and the moment
the
was
fact that she had to
she
decide
realized
for them.
Well, she realized that it was stupid, it was idiotic. They couldn't go forward anymore, and he wasn't going to stop. So she made the decision to stop him, and that was a very interesting point in the show. But they flipped it around stupid, and they were like, "Oh, well, let's."
Also, he got shot by the guys in the bar, and the whole point of the red eye was for him to be able to dodge bullets.
Well, yeah, he can dodge anything as long as he can see it,
But they didn't do that in the live action. They're like, "Oh, he just powers through it." It's like, no, that's not how your body works. The whole idea is that the drug helps your eyes, like, process things faster, so you can actually like move faster. It's like.
But then, what was it? So Spike actually gets into a fight with him at one point, and he basically figures out very quickly that he's relying on his eyes, and so Spike moves in a way that belies his movements. So essentially, he can't see.
Well, he attacks him from behind. Essentially, he kicks forward, the guy dodges, but then he pulls his leg back and kicks him from behind.
Well, yeah, he basically attacks him in a way that he can't see it.
He can't see it. Yeah,
and he completely makes him look like an idiot, despite the fact that he was literally dodging bullets, previously. But in the live action, they didn't really exemplify that at all, which I thought was stupid.
Yeah.
And then
well, his kung fu wasn't like the anime either.
No,
it was supposed to be like Bruce Lee's.
Well, it's fluid.
A combination of.
He talks about the fluidness of attacks. Yeah. There's a whole anime episode where he in that show where he talks about how the people aren't fluid
when the
enough.
Kid tries to mimic him or whatever.
He's like, you got to be like water,
Yeah, you got to be adaptable. I can't find you. I went through some random guy's portal. Now I don't know where everybody's at.
Your decoy is dead.
Your decoy is dead. I still didn't click on the Arcane Sanctuary waypoint. But there was more than that. Like the ending to the last episode, I thought was really odd.
Mm-hmm. That's the whole thing. I had to barrel through the first episode. I kept wanting to turn away.
So
I was like, oh, man, I don't know if I can finish this.
I'm trying to remember. You know the cathedral scene where he falls out of the window and the music starts to play, and and right as he's falling, you realize he popped a grenade and he threw it in there like just at the right timing, and so it was like a sacrifice play, and Vicious, he gets blown up by the grenade, and that's the end of it. Well, they completely changed that. Like it doesn't happen that way.
So they had several close-ups of Spike, and his eyes didn't look like different colors.
I mean, it was just really, really weird. Like that they decided to change that last bit because Vicious is supposed to die there. That's the whole point of that bit.
I think that when they were showing that scene, it was basically showing the future or what's going to happen because it was definitely not. Time lineal. They were skipping around from the past to the future and stuff, and
no, that particular scene is correct as far as like their timeline. It's just they and after that scene they flash to I can't remember her name, the name of the girl that he's in love with. Is it Julia?
Julia, yeah.
They flash to Julia, and Julie's got Vicious in the freaking basement, like tied up after the grenade scene. But Spike didn't use a grenade, and Vicious didn't die, and so they just like changed that whole thing around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with them changing the story to add more story in like season 2 or whatever. Wait, where'd you go? Did you teleport away?
Canyon.
Canyon. Okay. I'm okay with them changing it to add more story later, but it's like, if you're gonna change it, why would you copy so much of the original? I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to be an alternate universe where like a majority of the stuff is like happens the same way, but some of it doesn't.
You can watch the whole thing at once, Stu, but it doesn't. It's not even the first season. I could have sworn that the first season didn't end at Vicious's death. I don't know. It felt like that was like a really short, like I don't know. Aren't anime seasons normally 24 episodes or 22 episodes?
Depends on how much money they get. Some of them use the majority of the money for like 10 to 12 episodes to make it look better. Back in the 80s and 90s, the standard was like 20, 24.
Freaking, what was that, Blood Crescent? I don't know. Some of the aspects of the show were good. I'm not going to say that they were all bad or anything, but some of the aspects of the show were kind of...
Yeah, you got it. It was Blood Crescent.
Ein, for instance, I feel like they got a really good model for him. He looks like a really good Ein. But they just didn't really do his introduction well. Like Ein's introduction to the show is a really iconic one. Like the way that he's sold.
That was one of the best episodes.
They carried him around and they had to chase him, and they found out that he was worth lots of money, and then they come to find out that the people who wanted him, like, you know, they were breaking the law, and then they got caught, and then he was worth nothing. Yeah. And like the whole thing with him was they wanted him because he was worth so much money, and then eventually they didn't want him because he was worthless, and they had to keep him anyway. And the other kind of odd thing to me was they didn't really introduce Ed.
Right.
Holy crap! I wasn't paying attention.
When I saw that, I was like, why didn't they bring Ed into the show? There's plenty of really great kid actors right now. Like,
so they finally introduced Ed like all the way at the end, like all
they did?
the way at the end.
Like I said, I couldn't get past the first episode. It was hard. It was like watching a middle school play how they were delivering their lines.
I think it's worth watching. I just didn't particularly care for some of the choices that they made.
Yeah.
Dude, this freaking I don't know what's up with this guy, but he hits hard. I mean, I hit him hard too, but he freaking hits hard. Little troll. Yeah, I like barreled through that whole show. I was having fun with it. I mean, it was interesting. It was definitely worth a watch.
What's funny is I watched that, and then I was like, I was watching Cowboy Bebop, and I was like, man, I complained about Death Note when that happened, and I was like, Death Note is great compared to this.
I don't know if Faye Valentine gets to look at her VHS. There's a couple of good bits in there. Like I kind of liked. I really did like Jet's character. I feel like
for
sure.
He
did a good job.
He was the best part of the show.
There was also so there's this thing of the show that I really didn't like. So Jet's character was really good. And you remember the cathedral scene? What happens at the cathedral scene? So Spike is falling. He throws the grenade. Spike's about to die, right? And then what happens?
I mean, he hits the stairs, tumbles down, and then people come and save him.
Well, Jet saves him.
Jet
flies in on a freaking one of the little things that they've got. Mm-hmm. And he saves him before he hits the ground. So he's essentially saved by Jet. Well, in the freaking live action that they just did, he doesn't save him. He doesn't save Spike. He just sits there, like outside the ship. They're like in a dock or whatever, and he just sits there on the edge of the dock until Spike comes back. And then when Spike comes back, he tells him he doesn't want to have anything to do with him. And it's like a complete change of Jet's character from supporting Spike to basically telling him to go, you know, F himself. And I'm like, that's not what happened. Jet came and saved Spike. He had a change of heart, you know, right at the end, right when Spike really needed him, and he came and he rescued him. Yeah, he didn't help him with the fight because he didn't help him with the fight.
That's what made Jet's character so endearing. Is like he was basically the parent that, like, you know, got aggravated with the children, but still came and like helped them when they needed it.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the really kind of sad thing about it is they did Jet's character so well, only to do him dirty right there at the end and betray basically his character. I thought that was just really dumb.
I don't know how much of the original writer director of the show was involved in the new one. Maybe he has ideas for where it should be going.
I don't know, but they already ruined that whole ending sequence. I don't even understand. I mean, that's like season 1.
Right. What doesn't make any sense to me is they have the animated. They followed the anime so closely. They have the anime. They could literally do it shot for shot, exactly the same thing, and it's like, I kind of want to see that. I kind of do. I mean, I know it's not adding anything new to it, but when you have one of the most famous, probably the most iconic animes in the world, you don't mess with it. The formula worked. It was like,
well, my thing is you've got
lightning in the bottle that it worked. Don't change it. If you change it, then
my thing is they focus too much sometimes on like the outfits and like the props and stuff, and
yeah.
And I hate to say it, but it would look cheesy. Don't get me wrong, it would look cheesy, but you could focus almost entirely on just the story. And not even worry about anything else, and you could probably still make a great anime, live-action anime. But if you focus too much on the like the props and the costumes and all that other crap, then it just looks like you're in a cosplay, and the story sucks, and it's just a sucky cosplay.
That's one of the things that frustrated me too. Is like in the first episode, I think the thing that turned me off, as soon as it turned me off, was there was a scene where Spike and Jet were talking to each other. And Spike comforts him, and he puts his hand on his shoulder. And I was like, Spike would never touch him. It's like he would never touch him, and he touches his, prosthetic arm.
He would put his prosthetic arm on Spike sometimes.
Yeah. Spike would never. But I think there's kind of Jet. Like Jet was the nurturer. Spike was the pothead that basically didn't care about anything, but he was like great at kung fu. And so when he touches his shoulder, the prosthetic arm bends like styrofoam or whatever. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you just ruined it for me. You ruined it.
Get in there and stop coming out, sir.
Not only did they change something that the character would never do, but they also ruined the prosthetic, because the prosthetic looked really good until it interacted with something. And then I'm like, oh man, it's definitely foam. Don't do a close-up on it. It gives it away. Oh, I'm not doing my job. I should be summoning my pets.
All the pets. Look here, flying scimitars.
I want that as a pet. I want a flying scimitar pet.
I tried to resurrect one time. They don't have bodies. Jawbone Biza.
Somebody's screaming that they found the end.
Leveling up real fresh. Oh, Oh, no problem. Alchemist, Lifter. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. And no, they're never going to make a Golden Boy anime.
Golden Boy was the best. The animation was so freaking good. You could tell they were on crack back then because the animation, like, they were cranking out animation so good back then. Oh man, it was only like 5 episodes long and it was so good.
Yes. Why do you keep coming out if you just want to go back in? Why? Why? Sir.
You talking to your chinchilla?
Yes. He keeps
Okay.
coming out and then immediately wants to go back in, and he comes out.
Oh, he's checking on you.
And then he immediately wants to go back in, and he goes out.
He obviously wants you to come inside the shirt with him. He's wondering why you're
I
not
am
coming
in
inside the shirt with
there.
him.
I am in there. It's very clearly I am in there. There was a ring. Rink.
That's pretty great though that your chinchilla just jumps up on you and hides inside your shirt. My ferrets come over to my feet and
Chew on your
they
toes.
sit and stare up at me and they roll over. They're like this. The thing is they want when they want something they sit next to it and they roll over. So they sit next to my feet and roll over, and so I'll pick them up. Most of the time, it's not to be cuddled. It's you're in a place that's higher than where I'm at, and I want to be up there. That's pretty much what it is. But every once in a while, they'll cuddle for a while.
I thought ferrets just love to sleep.
They do. They're sleeping right now in my desk drawer.
No, you need to get a chinchilla, a ferret pocket and shove them in there.
I have one. It's basically a hammock, and I basically wear it around my neck and like make a little papoose for them. The thing is, they are very sensitive to like temperature. So like once they get too hot, they'll wake up and flip out and scurry out as fast as they can to cool off, scratch, and go use the bathroom. So we chill in there for like 20-30 minutes, and then it just flips out and like tries to scurry out, but there's nowhere for them to grab onto, so they just fall onto the ground. So that's why I don't do that.
I just take some training. I train these guys to go in my shirt. It's pretty funny. Man, freaking this claw is kind of ridiculous. I want to upgrade it, but I also want to use it for a little while before I upgrade it.
I mean, how much is it to upgrade it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what level it's going to go to when I upgrade it. That's the thing.
Oh.
When I upgrade it, the damage is going to go through the roof. I know that much.
I got plenty of runes. Low-level runes. What do you need?
I've already got them. It's a pull and a co and a like perfect amethyst or something like that. But it's when you upgrade it, the level requirement goes up, and I'm only level 50, so I'm only barely able to use it at this particular moment.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to go up to like 65-ish.
But because Blade Fury doesn't actually remove durability from your weapon, you can basically use it in ethereal form without any kind of auto repair.
Right.
And the damage is pretty nice.
Wait, you can upgrade ethereals?
You can upgrade rare and unique items.
Greetings, Jaren. Hello.
So if it is a rare item that is ethereal and has really nice modifiers, you can upgrade it.
Wow. That's one way to... Does it fix the repair on it too?
No.
Or just add more durability on the end?
I'm pretty sure it just stays exactly the same.
Well, you're not using the durability anyway. I'm just curious for...
The only reason I'm using it is because it has 345% enhanced damage, which is pretty close to a cruel mod. I think cruel is 400%. And basically, a cruel mod on that kind of item with the ethereal modifier is just an astounding amount of damage, just the same way that death is an astounding amount of damage. I'm not exactly sure which one I'm going to use yet. I think the death is going to win out, but I still grabbed it for right now so I can play with it. Definitely worth playing with.
So we go to Act 3. I'm totally just like sitting in Act 2, wondering where everybody is.
We are now in Act 3. Need some potions. Will you stay in there if you're going to stay in there? Get in, go. Stop coming out. I'm going to tie you in there. Stay.
Yes.
I like how their chinchilla like pretty much stays on your shoulders or like safely around you. The ferrets are like, I see that counter that's 3 feet away. I can probably make that jump and just jump.
Plop.
Yeah, flop. They're not concerned about safety. They're like, yeah, I can do that. I can jump 5 feet straight across. No running or anything to build up momentum and make the jump. No, it's just like dead stop. I can make that 5-foot jump. No problem.
I'd like to see a medium/large dog, 75 pounds, that likes to climb up on your shoulders and hide in your shirt. Yeah, that's not going to happen, I don't think. I think that's probably not a thing.
I have a friend who has a dog that does that.
However, I have heard that if you train a dog a specific way before they grow up, they'll want to do it. So if you take like a little puppy, when they're tiny, and you put them in your shirt all the time, your big giant greyhound when you're finished, or your Great Dane or whatever, is going to want to hide in your shirt. So good luck with that.
Yeah, I got one of my close friends growing up in church. His dog's like that. She wants to be held all the time. She climbs up in his lap, and she's gigantic. She just sits in front of you and looks at you longingly. She's like, "Please touch me." And for him, she crawls up in his lap and sits in his lap. I think they said that she was abused when she was a puppy from her previous owner.
They'll always being mean to dogs.
The downside is when she came along, the other dogs started acting really like she was afraid of fireworks and thunder and whatnot. And anytime there were fireworks and thunder, she'd hide and pee on the floor. And then the other dog started copying her.
Yeah, I find that animals tend to be bad influences on other animals. It's really crazy how quickly the house goes into complete anarchy and chaos just because one animal's not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Especially kittens, if you ever get kittens in a house.
No,
kittens
kittens.
The kittens are, obviously not going to know exactly what they're doing. They don't pee in the litter box maybe the way they're supposed to. They're still being trained. They have accidents, which is understandable. But when they have accidents, the other cats literally don't understand what's going on. They smell pee there in this spot that pee's not supposed to be. Then they pee on top of it, and it's just a whole thing.
Yep.
And it's terrible. And the whole house goes into anarchy and chaos just because one kitten peed where he wasn't supposed to pee.
Yep, I had my ferret trained. He would go. We put a dog door on the garage, so he'd go out in the garage and use the litter box out there. So he'd wake up, go and use the litter box, and get the other ferret. And the other ferret's just like, "I'm a baby. I'm gonna poop and pee where I want." So the other one started copying him.
Well, he gets to do
Eventually,
I want to get to do what I want. No.
Eventually, it got better.
Yes, Mr. NiNi, what do you want, sir? You want scritches? Like I scritched this for you. I know, you hate scritches. I'm gonna get your tom-toms. I used to do this thing with him. I used to try and figure out whether he wanted to do things or not. And it's actually really interesting because chinchillas will run away from you, obviously, if they don't want to do something. And so I would take him and I'd throw him up in the air, and like a little kid, like 1, 2, 3, whee, and then I throw him up and then I catch him, And then I'd wait. I'd like put them down over there, and I'd like see if they wanted to do it again, and they'd always run back over and climb back in my hands. So they
Yeah, my ferrets like that too.
so they wanted to be thrown up in there, and I'm like, okay. And so you'd kind of like test out what they'd want, what they wouldn't want. And when they didn't want something, they'd let you know. They'd just run away. They'd be like, oh yeah, I'm not doing that. They'd be like, oh, no, I'm not doing that. No.
The ferrets have like an emotion control like overload. When they get so happy or excited or angry, they just like flip out and start just like go into a rage. It's called what do they call it? War dance. Like the ferrets.
I don't know. When bunny rabbits do it, they call it what do they call it? Happy jumps or whatever, or like the
Yeah.
They like
But
spaz
basically,
out.
yeah, the ferret spazzes out for like 20, 30 seconds and like just doesn't know what to feel or what to do. And so that's how they love to be thrown onto the bed and they spaz out and they run over to be thrown onto it again.
I hear they steal stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Thieves.
It's anything rubber. They love rubber things. They will steal socks and take them back to their burrow.
These things are thieves too. Chinchillas. One of them was stealing my belt one time. I came in the room and he's just halfway. He's got my belt halfway into the cage and he's trying to yank it in, and I'm like, "Give it back!" I just forgot my Merc's dead. I meant to go revive my Merc like 10 times and I totally forgot. Having the 70% slow on Kelpie Snare is really useful. It's very useful. It's too bad it doesn't have any lifesteal. But whatever.
Not enough mana.
Man, is one of these guys mana burn?
Yeah. Pulse Thorn Thrasher is mana burn.
Freaking trolls.
Alright, he did. Wait, he came back. He was one of those doubles. It's hard to see. There's so much stuff on the screen.
How are you doing, Kyle? I make fun of Kyle because he's the Kylest of Kyles. Stay alive, Merc. Oh, come on. How you die so easy, Merc?
This bow is so weak.
What are you using?
The Thorns bow. The one that gives the Thorns aura. What is it called? Edge.
What character are you?
The Druid.
Why don't you put that on a mercenary and use something else?
We're playing with a whole bunch of people. I like to. Well, my mercenary is the has the mana regen spike thing. He's dead right now, but
He's dead right now. Yeah, don't worry about him. He's dead.
yeah.
Have a nice day.
I kind of like at level 6 went to Nightmare and got him, and he's been like low level. He's been stuck at a low level for a long time.
I need mana.
Bradley Brown asked, "Can I please explain how Blade Fury works? What weapons to use, and how does the attack scale?" Blade Fury is very specifically an ability that goes off of your weapon damage. So if you take a look at the skill specifically says 75% weapon damage, minimum mana required to cast 3, damage 101 to 103, 3.3 per blade. So if you look at the 101 to 103 damage, it doesn't look like it does a lot. It does practically nothing. It also has a penalty, essentially, for damage. So even though it is riding off of my physical damage from my weapon, it is unfortunately quite pathetic because of the penalty. And any elemental damage also suffers the same penalty. So there's a lot of penalization going on with it when it comes to the horrible just negative damage that it gives me. But the beauty of Blade Fury is a couple things. So number one, it doesn't have any way to make it faster, which might sound like a downside at first, but when you realize that it opens up the world of possibilities for building other things, you start to realize that Blade Fury allows you to build, more interestingly than just simply spamming as much attack speed as you possibly can. Most notably is I can build completely into Fade, which will make me very tanky. We also have the aspect of Blade Fury doesn't actually remove durability from your weapon when you use it. So ethereal items come into play without having to use any kind of Zod rune. So if you have like a really, really high damage ethereal weapon, you can compensate for that negative penalty on Blade Fury by using just like the highest ethereal damage weapon you can. Right now I have a Hailstone Razor Fascia, which is 53 to 244 with 345% ED, and it's ethereal, so it has a huge amount of damage bonus. Ethereal works by giving you a 50% damage bonus to your base, and then it applies the ED after. So if the base is 50, it applies 50% to that, which brings it up to 75, and then the 400 and like 345% goes off of that 75, not the original base of 50. And it's actually really powerful. But as you can see here, I'm ow, okay, little amp damage punks. As you can see, I'm fighting several monsters. I'm using quite a few attacks. I've killed quite a few things, and if you look at my weapon, it's still at 33 out of 33 durability. So I'm not losing any durability on my ethereal item. It's actually very interesting because you can build your character around ethereal items without having to use Zod runes or them be indestructible. Obviously not equipment, because equipment is still going to, like a shield or armor is still going to lose durability. But that's okay. Blade Fury has other mechanics, though, that make it do damage. So you can proc Crushing Blow. You can proc Deadly Strike. You can proc Open Wounds. You can proc a lot of various things that will help you out, like slows target by, knockback, hit causes monster to flee. There are hundreds of different like little things that you can do to beef up the damage that Blade Fury is doing. Like proc on striking effects come in handy. Like if you can, for instance, proc Ice Blast or Glacial Spike or something like that every time you hit a target, that would be extremely helpful. Right now I'm running, let's see here, 40% hit causes monster to flee, 10% chance of open wound, 75% chance of crushing blow, 30% deadly strike, slows target by 25%, knockback. So I have lots of nice effects that are all applying whenever I hit a target. I mean, you'll see when I hit a target, the monsters are just kind of like flying backwards. Either that or they die.
I get one of those ethereal like mauls that do like 2,000 to 4,000 damage.
So here's the other thing. So because they decided that they didn't want that to happen, they applied a penalty for two-handed weapons, which makes the damage exactly the same as one-handed weapons.
That's why I'm always seeing the assassins with shields now.
So it's only Blade Fury. Blade Fury has a penalty for one-handed, and then they doubled the penalty for two-handed to make it so that you couldn't do just that.
Ah.
So and that's also kind of interesting though, because it opens up another pathway, which is really nice shields. So finding a really nice shield to go with your set.
Yeah. Max block. What's aggravating is the Blade Fury seems to be able to use all your armors on hit effects, but the Blade Sentinel only uses your weapons on hit effects.
Yeah, so Blade Sentinel has different things, and also Blade Sentinel will reduce the durability of your item. So it's very odd that Blade Fury won't reduce the durability of your item, but Blade Sentinel will. I don't know why they made that change, but basically, you can't use both together. Like if you're going to use an ethereal item, you can't use Blade Sentinel at all. I think Blade Shield might also work that way and reduce the durability of your weapon. I need to look into that one.
I think I heard that too.
Ow, 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 ow. Stop being rude.
I don't have any magic find, so if somebody with more magic find could open the chest.
So super chests, magic find doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So magic find doesn't actually apply to super chests. It's only super chests, but when you click on a chest that you know is a super chest, like the glowing, chests at the end of the level, the magic find doesn't do anything to them.
Okay.
It works on regular chests and regular clickables and things like that. But
well, that's good because like my melee druid, I can't use any magic find because I have to use all these items that just increase my attack and damage. I just like, okay, no magic find for me. So I should start chest hunting, is what you're saying?
I mean, that's why people hunt down super chests. There are some specific super chests that people hunt down for that reason. Mr. NiNi, don't chew on stuff.
Oh, I got lucky with that. My ferrets don't chew on wires. My previous ferrets did, and these ones never did. Except for I have one of them that wants attention all the time. If I'm playing with my controller, the controller cord's really long, and he sees that flopping back and forth, and he wants my attention. So he'll like sit on my foot, and the cord will flop back and forth, and he'll grab it with its mouth. He won't chew on it, but he'll grab it with his mouth, which I don't like him doing.
No, chinchillas have to chew on things. It's in their nature. They got to gnaw down their teeth. But
yeah.
But the what they chew on is definitely within my realm of possibility to choose. Bonk them on the head with a little tiny mallet. I'm gonna make a chinchilla-sized mallet just to punish them with. It's gonna be the cutest little thing you ever seen in your life.
Alright, we did the flare dungeon. Did we ever find the TP to the portal? I mean, the waypoint?
The Flayer dungeon or Flayer waypoint was up.
Okay. Sweet.
Sir.
Hey, somebody's already been at the tabernacle.
The Tramancal?
Yeah.
Everybody always wants to skip ahead. Like, you want to join my game and level up with me? And they're like, sure. And then the first thing they do is go straight to the end of the journey and wait there for me impatiently. Like tapping their foot like Sonic the Hedgehog. Be like, I'm leveling up my character over here. And they're like, I found the waypoint. And I'm like, I'm over here.
Yeah, I never understood why they'd go right to the end. I'd want to, if I could, I would just like unlock all the waypoints for them.
Oh, I mean, if you want to go right to the end, you go right to the end. That's fine. But I'm not going right to the end. And you know, if you want to go to
Especially
the
Act
end,
3. I hate Act
if
3
you want to
so
go right to
much.
the end, join your own game and go right to the end. I'm playing the game. Yeah. Spirit mask and a bow wand. +2 Armageddon, +2 Tornado, and +1 Solar Creeper. It's ethereal,
So,
though.
why did they nerf Druid's barbs?
Hmm?
Like the...
Oh, they nerfed
It's like
all the
1.0,
thorns.
I think.
They nerfed all the thorns.
Did they?
No, this is not hardcore Juan Pablo. This is softcore. Yeah, the thorns was broken. It was pretty broken, especially in PvP. Like there was like almost no counter for it.
No, that's why they nerfed it, because PvP, why couldn't they just say, you can't use this in PvP?
No,
So
it was
bad.
just broken for the longest time, and they never seemed to could quite get it right. There was a bug with the necromancer and the blood golem. There was just like tons of various little things that thorns was just. It just never really worked right. Like it either worked way too well or it didn't work at all. And
Yeah.
and I guess they just decided that they just were gonna finally just like do away with it. I mean, and they didn't like
It's
completely
still
nerf
decent
it.
for paladins, though. It's just... It's worthless for the druid.
I mean, you need amp damage to really make it work because
Yeah.
it's a physical damage. So you need to increase the physical damage that you're
Yeah.
getting. So if you have amp damage, if you're a necromancer, it works out okay. So like if you get the thorns merc and then you grab amp damage and you put those two together, it's actually a pretty decent combination right up until hell difficulty. When you get to hell difficulty, it's not the greatest.
Can't do anything. It's worthless in hell. They just have too many hit points.
Well, it's not even just the hit points. It has to do with a lot of different factors. So most monsters in hell have physical damage reduction. So they're already taking less damage from thorns in the first place, which is why you need amp to make it work. Number two is the amount of damage that they do doesn't really scale properly. You know, your HP doesn't go up that high. Like I think like max HP a player can have maybe like 10k. Like if you really beefed it up, and you like sacrificed everything for it, and got shouts and like an oak sage, and you know it's a really big amount. But the monster's HP scaled a lot higher. So like a monster in hell difficulty, like in players 8 has way more HP than a player does. So the damage that the monsters are outputting is scaled for players, and then when it gets reflected back to them, their HP just absorbs it like it's nothing.
Yeah.
I need money.
That's a shame. I would have liked to. I played with. I played way back in the day before they nerfed it, and I didn't know how strong it was, and I didn't play with it then. And then I was like, hey, I should try a Thorns build. And my friend's like, no, they just nerfed the crap out of it. And I'm like, crap.
I mean, I'm not going to say that it's worthless, but there's definitely more important things to build now.
I mean, it's useful in normal.
Yeah.
Those ghost things that shoot the chain lightning are a pain in the butt.
Real Fresh said, so can you not bounce in and out of games like old Battle.net? Because you should be level 80 plus in 4 hours. You guys obviously have higher characters, rush, or even to get waypoints. Yeah, you can do that kind of stuff if you want to. I'm not doing that kind of stuff deliberately. I like to play my characters. That's really all there is to it. I've never really understood the whole rush a character to level 80 and not play it at all. Like have like a level 1 character that you basically just go mooch in bail games with. It never really appealed to me. Back in the day, I used to rush characters all the time and get them to the end, and then I'd get bored with them in an hour, and then I wouldn't want to play them anymore, and I'd go on to the next character, and I must have had like literally about 40 characters. But I don't really see much difference in rushing a character and actually leveling it up these days. Other than it's extremely boring to G-rush a character, in my opinion. I mean, you've got a character that's how do I put it? You got a character that's absolutely useless when you get G-rushed, and you basically just get to mooch and run around and try not to die for hours while you level up your character. Or you can actually level up a real character and have fun playing your character and working out his build and playing around with the skills and abilities and putting weird items on, and I feel like that's eminently more fun than the latter.
Yeah, but you've also played it the other way, where you played modded versions of Diablo 2, where you can reset your skills anytime you want to, and...
Nah, I never really played around with the mods. Even when I came back and everybody was using mods, and Diablo 2 Resurrected was announced, I was like, you know, I really don't want to mess around with the mods, because I feel like it's not they're not going to be in the game. Like when we go on BattleNet, we're not going to have mods. So what's the point of that exactly?
I like to level up other people. Usually I like it more on hardcore mode. Like it gives me a lot of joy to know that I can get them back to where they were.
Here comes Militant. Militant loves G-rushes. He absolutely loves it. He'll argue with me about it like forever. I don't agree that a G-rush takes far less time. I just don't. If you're talking strictly the amount of time it takes you to get a character that's level 1 to Act 5 Hell, yes, getting a character to Act 5 Hell does in fact go quicker with a G-rush. But you're still level 1, and you still have to level up your character. And getting your character from level 1 to 24 is an absolute pain in the butt, even if you're in Act 5 Hell, because there's huge penalties for that. And then once you get your character to level 25, there's still a pretty long period of time before you can get your character to a usable state. And then once you've got him in a usable state, there's still a fairly long period of time before he's in a optimal state. And if you count up all the time it takes for the G-Rush from level 1, Act 1, normal, to Act 5 Hell, and then the amount of time it takes you to level up that character from level 1 to level 80, it's pretty much the same amount of time.
Yeah, but the difference is you're doing it with a friend. A friend who's wanting to help you.
You could just level up a character with you.
A lot of people don't like leveling up more than one character. A lot of people only like one character. Like I'm the kind of person that I'm never gonna play this character again. I'm only playing it because it was around the same level as your character was. Like I'm gonna go back to one of my main 2 characters.
See, I can't understand that. Like that's like way out of my perspective.
I only want Pikachu. I don't want all the Pokemon.
I see 7 characters in this game, and I see hundreds and hundreds of ways to build each character, and I want to test them out.
Yeah, I'm the kind of person that only want one character and use the reset T's to keep changing that one character instead of building another one with a different build. Bassinet.
Sazabees.
The basket. Oh, wow! You're dead on. I've never seen this before. +1 to all skills on a level 43. That's terrible. If it was level 18, I'd be like, hells yeah, but 43? Has decent resistances. I wish there were more lower level items that were useful. There's so many trash low level items that are. It doesn't matter how you try to use it, it's bad.
I don't know. There's a lot of items in the game that seem bad, but they have their uses.
Well, you understand that there needs to be like good and bad things in the game to make the good things seem better, but at the same time, I think of Path of Exile. Like, man,
It doesn't
the
really
game
work
is so
that
good
way.
with its items.
It doesn't really work that way in this game. Take an item that that might look bad to one player. Like, for instance, there's a rune word. It's called Black, and the rune word is it's a melee rune word, and it has knockback on it.
Yeah.
And
let me
to
guess, it takes high level runes to use it, even though it's a mediocre.
No, it's
item.
it's absolutely low level runes. There's nothing special about it. But it looks like a good weapon. But the problem is it has knockback, and because it has knockback, nobody wants to use the dang thing, because it literally makes most characters who are melee characters, it's terrible for them, because when you go in and you're actually trying to zeal something, you get one zeal off, the monster gets knocked back, and then you have to run to the monster, and then you have to start your zeal again. You only get one zeal off, and it only does one hit of the zeal because the first hit knocks it back. And so literally most people won't touch the thing. However, if you happen to be a melee character who already has knockback, like for instance, a smiter, the weapon is actually amazing for a smiter. And so on first glance, it might look like it's an absolutely garbage piece of equipment, but then when you take into account some of the builds that can get good use out of it, it actually ends up being a really good piece of equipment. And it's actually a budget smiter uber killer item. There's also other considerations, like for instance, see, Blade Fury doesn't take advantage of increased attack speed. So you might look at an item and be like, oh, well, this is a piece of trash because it doesn't have an increased attack speed on it. And most people aren't going to use this because if you're a melee character, you're going to want some kind of IAS on your weapon. But Blade Fury doesn't use IAS, so you don't need IAS on a weapon. So a weapon like Death, which is a rune word that has no increased attack speed, and for most characters is a terrible rune word, is actually a good rune word for those specific characters.
What's the abbreviation of IAS again?
Increased attack speed.
Increased attack speed.
IAS.
So much jargon with the Diablo community.
I mean, it's just abbreviation.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to pick that up. I'll just do attack speed.
I mean, it literally says increased attack speed on the item. It's just IAS. It's not like they're going out of their way to abbreviate it in some weird way. It's literally just the first letters of each word in what's written on the item. So, like, Crushing Blow is CB. You know, they do Deadly Strike is DS. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. Open Wounds is OW. I mean, there's some abbreviations they use in Diablo which I can't stand, but most of them are fairly self-explanatory.
Yep, one Pokemon is all I need. Don't need 6.
That was a terrible way to play the game, sir.
Depends on how good your Pokemon is.
You know what it reminds me of? So, you ever play Mass Effect?
I I have watched my roommate play all of them, so
Okay,
no,
so-
but yes.
So in Mass Effect, there is this this ability to be a bad guy, essentially. So there's the Paragon side, and then
I
there
mean,
was
not
the
really.
and then there was the
can be
there
an
was the
asshole,
Renegade
but
side.
you can't really be a bad guy.
Okay, so in the Paragon side and the Renegade side, there are two completely different stories. There are completely different ways you play your character and choices to choose, and entire story path lines that only exist specifically for the good guy or the bad guy. And after years and years of people playing this game, they got data back. Okay, and the data was essentially what path did people choose, what side did they choose, what choices did they make, etc. And it was like 99% of the people that played the game chose Paragon, and less than 1% of the people chose the Renegade side. Right. And they put in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of man hours to program and create the bad side, and nobody played it. Right. And that's what it's like when you pick only one Pokemon, and you only play that one Pokemon. You literally have a developer who put in literally thousands of man hours to create all this content, and you're just like, nope, I'm just going to do this one little tiny percent of the content over here and ignore everything else that the programmer put, all this time and effort in to make. And it's just a terrible way to play a game.
Well, see, that's one of those games where you can like save it at any time and go back. So you could basically make checkpoints throughout the game and go back and choose a different option. And like, oh, okay, well that's how that would have gone if it would have been that way. But I'm the kind of person who plays something like Baldur's Gate, where it has good and bad options, and I'll do the good side. I'll go and rescue Timmy from the evil witch or whatever, bring it back to his family, and they're like, oh, here you go. Here's a reward for saving Timmy. Then I kill Timmy and his family because I want to see the bad stuff too. So I get both sides.
You're exploring the story that's been created. Exactly.
Where are we at? Flare jungle. Who's got the furthest thing? Nobody has a cross point.
I've got a gibbon.
Can you open up a new portal? The last one was like way back. Thank you.
Christopher, basically what I'm saying is that by limiting yourself almost completely to one particular type of playstyle and way of doing things, you're making your experience with the game terrible. That'd be like if I just decided not to read certain chapters of a book. Be like, here's a book, the author wrote it, and the author intended you to read the book from start to finish. But I just decide I don't want to read chapters 3, 7, 8, and 12. And then at the end of the book, I don't like the book. And maybe those chapters that I decided to skip over probably explained why I didn't like the book. And probably would have made me like the book. That's how I see gameplay. When somebody decides to completely ignore huge swaths of the game for seemingly no reason, it's like skipping whole chapters of a book. The Flayer dungeon. We were already in here. Oh, we found the gibbon now.
I like the druid class. It's probably the second to the worst class in the game. But it's just how I feel I relate to that class the best. I don't care how bad it is. I'll keep trying to make something work.
I don't consider druid to be one of the worst classes.
I think the only class that's probably worse is the barbarian.
I mean, if you're talking about the meta community, that's one thing. But the characters are perfectly capable of dishing out the damage and having fun. There's
Well,
nothing
what
wrong
I'm
with them.
talking about is options. The options that are available to the character to play through hell. Most of the good classes, they can do lots of options in hell. The bad classes can do maybe one, maybe two. But I'm gonna stick with it. I'm gonna stick with my Pikachu, even though it's not a, powerful Pokemon. I like that electric rat. I don't know. It's kind of like having a bond with the character. Like when I play WoW, I've played one character. I have one character that I've played for the past 20 some odd years. Like I don't care about the other stuff. Like I know how to fight against them. I play lots of PvP. I know every spell that every character has, and I know how to counter it. But yeah, and when I try to play them, I'll make a little twink and I'll try to play it. I get bored really quickly. And I just go back to my main character. It feels good. Feels right. It's like putting on a shoe that put it on your favorite shirt, putting on your favorite pair of shoes. Fits. Feels good. I don't know. I'm also really OCD, so I got to do things over and over until I feel I've gotten it right. I have to flip the light switch on and off, until it feels like I did it correctly. I have to, open and close the drawer 20 times because I don't think I closed it quite right. Something might have gotten caught in it. I got to make sure I did it perfectly. So it's like I get attached to a character because it's like I need to do everything that character can do to give them the best chance to be who they are before I move on to something else. I don't know.
I don't know. In Diablo, it's not really about moving on to something else. It's about utilizing what's given to you. The game doesn't give you anything really to help out your characters. Half the time, you'll find equipment for an Amazon when you're playing an assassin, and you'll find equipment
There's
for a
nothing better
sorceress when
than
you're playing
making
a druid.
game and just giving away the stuff that you've been collecting for other characters. Like, come in and take the stuff, and they seem so happy to get it.
Oh yeah, charity is a big part of Diablo.
But like I said, I'm one of those kind of people that's like I told you yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, whenever it was that you played last, because so inconsistent.
Yeah, well, my dog died, so.
Oh, sorry. Now I feel bad. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I was trying to tell you the other day. I was making I was using the Amazon bow because it has the proc the Valkyrie, and I wanted to use that on my druid. It has like plus four something to Amazon skills, which isn't getting used at all. But that Valkyrie thing, I want to test it out on my druid. I know it's bad, but I want to test it anyway.
Yeah, the Valkyrie does spawn. It's a little inconsistent. She doesn't last as long as she should, but.
Well, see, that's why I want to pair it up with the Amazon chest, because the Amazon chest says plus to the Valkyrie skill, and the other one, the bow, says you get level 6 skill. So I'm gonna see if it makes it last longer.
Well, it's not the reason why it's not lasting is because you don't have the skill. That's why.
Yeah.
So what's happening is when the game goes to check and see if you actually deserve to have a Valkyrie, you don't get the Valkyrie because it for some reason it does a check and it goes, hey, are you an Amazon? Hey, do you have the skill? And for some reason or another, it goes, hey, you don't have the skill, and then it desummons the Valkyrie. And I don't know what's going on. I think it has something to do with the bug right now with the even with the auras. I don't know if you guys have noticed the auras do like this cycling thing where like they turn off and turn on constantly. So I think what's happening is the armor is turning off and turning on essentially because it's a piece of equipment. And I don't know why it's doing that because it wasn't like that in Diablo 2 Resurrected.
You mean before Diablo 2 Resurrected?
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't like that in Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction. I'll say Lord of Destruction is the easiest way.
Yeah.
It's some sort of bug recently, and it's really obnoxious too because you know there's a sound effect when you turn an aura on, and the sound effect is really cool if it happens like when you turn the aura on. But if the aura is constantly cycling and turning itself on and off, the aura is constantly turning itself on and off, and so the sound effect is playing over and over again. And that's how you know that it's happening, that the aura is essentially cycling and ruining itself over and over again. And every time it turns itself off, it is actually turning off. And then every time it turns itself back on, it's turning back on. But you're losing the effect in between those on and off phases. And for some auras, that's a bad thing.
Yeah. Most of them, it's a bad thing. Yeah, I've been noticing my mercenary keeps turning his aura off, and I'm like, also using lower level auras in town. Like he'll go to defensive aura in town, and then when you go out of town, he turns back on the offensive aura. I don't know what's going on with that.
So Chrono, give me $5. Thank you, Chrono. Question: do ice, lightning, fire, and poison charms get implemented into sorcerer's spells, say ice orb, firewall, for instance? The answer to the question is no.
Can you imagine how powerful like the spells would be if the charms procced?
Charms, elemental damage charms only apply to your physical or ranged damage. You have to actually hit the target, so it's not elements. So if it's a physical attack of some kind, it will probably apply. If it is not a physical attack of some kind, it probably will not apply. So for instance, like my Blade Fury, for instance, does proc it, but it's at a reduced amount because range damage actually has a penalty, I believe, for applying elemental damage. It's useful though. Like for instance, I'm running a bunch of poison damage charms right now just for to enhance my damage a little bit more.
Yeah, the assassin breaks a lot of the rules of the other classes. Like the Blade Fury is a physical spell. It's weird.
So Exploding Arrow is an exception to the rule. It is a ranged attack, so it does actually function as a physical damage attack, but it also has an elemental component to it. And when you apply a fire damage charm to your character, it is still applying in the normal way. So it applies that fire damage to your attack normally. Exploding Arrow also has a fire explosion upon impact. And the fire damage also gets added to that explosive impact. But technically that's not a magic attack. That's like some sort of, like I'm using a grenade or something. Like it's actually an explosive, basically. So when you have fire damage, it's adding to the fire damage on the explosive. It's very useful. I have Amazon built around it. I have a whole bunch of fire charms, and she's using Exploding Arrow, and the fire charms are adding to her damage. And basically causing that fire damage to exponentially grow as a result, because of course every single time I pierce an attack, the explosion is dealing more damage. So for instance, if I pierce 4 times, my damage is being multiplied by 4. The fire damage is being applied on each physical hit, as well as being applied on each explosive hit. So you're talking about times 8. And then it's a radial explosion, so it hits everything within the radius. And so, for instance, if it explodes 4 times and it hits 10 monsters, that's literally 10 and then 8. So it's like it adds up really, really fast. And before you know it, the explosives are doing like 10 and sometimes even 20 the normal amount of damage. Just ridiculous exponential increase depending on the number of monsters that are currently being hit. Does crappy damage versus one target, though.
Javazon.
Bone D'Appetit, if you use the Doom Pole Arm on your mercenary, you will not get the negative 60% cold resistance effect. You have to actually be wielding the item. Those negative resistance effects only apply to the character who's using it. And if you put it on your mercenary, it only applies to him. Yes, and assassins' traps actually count as minions, not you. So they're much like a mercenary, essentially. So when you put griffins on and you wear it yourself, the traps do not get the effect of the negative lightning resistance, which is sad. So Griffin's Eye Diadem doesn't work on them. Crescent Moon weapon doesn't work on them. It's a fairly odd thing. I'm just glad they finally fixed the champion pack thing. Apparently, assassins' traps were causing the champions not to spawn, and was ruining their magic finding. It's all additive. If you have more and more fire damage with the exploding arrow, you will obviously get more and more damage on the explosion, and it will multiply out. It always does. Kuko is actually a very excellent bow for an exploding arrow Amazon, yes. Especially early game, because it gives you free exploding arrow, so you don't actually have to use mana to fire.
That's
the
one of the
skill.
things that kind of frustrates me about a lot of the Amazon bows. Is it'll say it has magic arrow or exploding arrow or fire arrow, but it only means for your basic attack. It doesn't mean for your like multi-shot.
Well, no, that would be overpowered as all get out.
I mean,
If you could fire multi-shot exploding arrows, the Amazon would be the best character in the game, bar none.
I mean, somebody's got to be the best. Does it have to be the sorceress all the time?
I mean, I think a lot of people would say that it's the Hammerton. Although the sorceress is used to get to the Hammerton.
I think that the Hammerton's the most safe to use, but the sorceress is still the easiest to use. Like,
I mean,
teleport.
That's what I said. The sorceress is the one they used to get to the Hammerton, and then once they have their Hammerton, they don't go back.
You use the sorceress. You use a team of two people. One's the sorceress and one's the Hammerton. Sorceress, go make a portal.
No, once they get Enigma, they don't need the sorceress to do that either.
Right. So I heard that the sorceress's firewall is overclocking, but like I haven't heard confirmation from it from.
Yeah, it's way more damage than classic.
Yeah.
Like it's been tested in classic and in regular, and resurrected, all three, and they put them side by side, and the resurrected firewall was able to kill Hell Diablo in like a fraction of the amount of time it took the other games. From what I understand, it's something to do with the way that the firewall applies its damage, and always applied its damage. So
Do you have to scratch my couch?
essentially how it works is firewall originally applied in a wave of 3 lines. So there were basically 3 overlapping lines on firewall, and the 3 overlapping lines each had their own segment. And so like if you were to graze the edge of the firewall, you would only touch one line, and that one line would only do 1/3 of the damage of the firewall. And apparently to hit all 3 lines, you had to be a large size creature. So like a pit lord is considered a large size creature. And so most monsters in the game would only ever touch one line because they were tiny creatures, and they would essentially only ever take 1/3 the damage. I think it was like a size 3 creature or 2 creature or something could hit 2 of the lines at the same time, which was 66%, and most creatures only ever hit 1 line. So it was essentially how they did their business. And what seems to be happening now is that no matter what happens, no matter what size monster or how barely they graze the edge of the firewall, it seems to be applying the entire effect. All 3 lines, so 100% damage to even so much as like a toe stepping into the firewall. And and it's a pretty big deal because now the firewall is actually doing full damage to all monsters, and it seems to be just a massive difference in the potential. You're talking about essentially a 66% damage boost versus every single monster you come across, and the only monsters that are dying at the same speed as the ones before are the ones that were already size 3 monsters, and there's not very many size 3 monsters in the game anyway. A lot of people are thinking it's not intended. I think it's not intended. A lot of people are like, well, you know, nobody ever used firewall before, and so now it's good that they're using it, and I'll agree with that. But I think firewall is a little too broken right now. I don't think it was ever supposed to do this amount of damage, because you can literally get away with minimal synergies. Like my firewall sorceress right now, she only has like 7 points in fire mastery, and she's already capable of killing Hell Bale without any issue whatsoever with firewall. She just puts a couple of firewalls underneath the Hell Bale, and he's dead in like 30 seconds. And that's not even a maxed firewall. I don't have the Inferno synergy, and I'm not running max fire mastery, and it's still killing Hell Bale in like 30 seconds. Unfortunately, Antern, the problem with the character screen is that it often lies to you. And it's actually the term has been coined lying character screen, because apparently a lot of things do not appear on the character screen. Like, for instance, if I were to put on a two-handed weapon, it would tell me that my damage is the same or greater than if I had a one-handed weapon on. But it doesn't show me the penalty for the two-handed weapons. So it's actually been tested that there is a penalty for using a two-handed weapon with Blade Fury, but it does not show on the character screen. Grief does not show on the character screen. There are a lot of things that do not show on the character screen, so just putting on a weapon to see what the damage increase is, unfortunately, is not always going to give you the right answer. I wish it were that simple. At least we've got the advanced stat panel. We didn't have the advanced stat panel back in the day, so that's at least an improvement. This advanced panel is actually nice to have because it does show you some things that you weren't able to see before. Like, for instance, nobody ever knew that that Fade had physical damage reduction. They had to figure it out, and there was no way to actually see that you had the physical damage reduction. Well, it wasn't until they came out with the advanced character panel that you actually can see the 10% damage reduced by, which is coming from my level 10 Fade.
I didn't know that.
Didn't know what?
That it reduced physical damage too.
Yes, it reduces physical damage by 1% per level. So at level 20, it's 20% DR. At level 30, it's 30% DR. It's very, very effective. That's why people use Treachery. Treachery has a level 15 Fade proc, which will give you 15% DR. On top of the resistances and the curse reduction and all the other very nice effects that Fade has. Only, I think, proc on attack is the only thing that doesn't work. So proc on striking will work. NiNi just taking a nap over here. I swear they sleep with their eyes open. I feel like elemental damage kind of lies to you because it doesn't really tell you the truth of what's going on a lot of the times. Like, take for instance, Frozen Orb. On first glance, Frozen Orb looks like it does absolutely terrible damage, and it's not.
Yeah,
It's not
it should
until
say
you.
per icicle.
It's not until you realize that it's literally telling you the damage of each individual bolt that you realize, and you start to count the bolts, and you're like, okay, well, it just used like 75 of these bolts, and even if only like 30 of these bolts hit the target, that's 30 times the damage, and so forth and so on. Same thing with my TNT Amazon. If I went by the fire damage number that's written on the board, I would be like, wow, I suck. because the fire damage that's written on the board is absolutely awful. I've got to know that the explosion is doing a radial damage. I've got to know that the pierce effect multiplies my damage even further. I've got to know that my critical strike is multiplying my physical damage. I've got to know that every single time I hit a target, my physical and my fire damage is being applied. And so these things are not apparent on the character screen. It doesn't really tell you these things. You've got to know what's going on. There's the slowest target by Razor Bow. Rip Hook. It's actually really good for a merc. Slowest target 30%, chance of open wounds, tons of lifesteal, and IAS. I've got a Rip Hook in my stash if anybody wants it. I don't,
some shark skin gloves dropped. I'm curious what they are. Set shark skin. What do you think?
Yes, life tap from Drags will work. Set shark skin gloves. Probably the Disciples. What's that called? Can't remember the name of it. Heaven's Brethren, probably.
You didn't think it was lay hands?
Laying of Hands is the Bramble Mitts.
Ah. Money. Money, money, money.
Magnus Skin.
I need mana.
The other thing that I think is confusing on the character screen that they really need to clarify is the elemental damage and the physical damage. I feel like it's on characters that deal both. It's very convoluted. Like it just adds up all your numbers and it puts them up on the screen. And like, say for instance, you had a really high amount of poison damage from charms or something like that. It's giving you an inflated sense of what your damage is, and if a character doesn't specifically know that massive amounts of poison damage are not as good as massive amounts of physical damage, they'll look at their character screen and they'll be like, oh, well, I've got like 18,000 poison damage, like I'm amazing, and then they go to kill something and it doesn't really work the way that they thought, because it's not 18,000 damage applied instantly, it's 18,000 damage applied over time minus poison resistance, minus poison length reduced, and a whole bunch of other effects, and so by the time it actually deals damage to the target, it's nowhere near 18,000. And I feel like they should part out the elemental damage. So if you're dealing multiple elements, they should show you your physical damage and then each of your elements below it. I mean, there's not that many elements in the game. There's room there. They could just simply have, physical damage at the top, and then fire, ice, lightning, and magic, and they could have them all listed. So if you're doing like 500 magic, you've got that listed at the bottom, and like 2 fire, and so forth and so on. So you know where each one of your damage sources are coming from. So you don't gotta add it up in your head.
Oh, there was one still inside. I was trying to block the door so he couldn't get back in, but there was one inside. He came up and surprised me.
You learned that the hard way, SWP. That's another thing. Attack rating. So there are some skills that need attack rating, and there are some skills that do not need attack rating, and that's really convoluted as well.
Especially if it doesn't show you on the skill that it needs attack rating.
Like there are some skills that don't apply physical damage. Like they are physical damage skills. They use weapons. They literally use your weapon, but they don't apply physical damage. And you wouldn't know that unless it told you, because when you look at the character screen, it's just telling you your damage. It's not telling you that it doesn't do physical damage. There are abilities that don't hit the target either. I've noticed, like they just simply like graze the target, and the target like takes the elemental damage immediately. I've what was I at? I mean, I've spent years and years and years with this game, so a lot of this stuff comes naturally to me. It's not really a big deal, but I know to newer players it's confusing. The lying character screen is probably one of the most confusing elements of the game. It doesn't give you the right amount of information. It gives you enough information that you can kind of make an interesting choice, but
I have a big question for you. Since you're old school Diablo, when the time comes to change things in the game, do you want them to make two different versions of Diablo 2 Resurrected? Patch 1.110 that will go on forever, and whatever they make next? Or do you want them to just keep to be like, the old game is the old game, this is the new game?
yeah, you're talking about versions. That's a whole topic unto itself. That splits the player base. I don't particularly.
Well,
I don't
if
particularly
one
like
way
it.
or the other is going to happen, what do you think?
I don't want to split the player base. That's the
You don't
answer.
want to split the player base?
No, unfortunately, splitting
So
the
you
player
want
base
everybody
is
to
a
be forced to keep going forward with the new version?
exactly.
Okay.
The reason
okay with that.
the reason is because if you split the player base too much, eventually the game will just shatter into pieces, and there won't be anything left. A lot of people got this noble idea that the game will somehow survive, and it'll be okay. The game will find a way, and the older players will pick up the old game, and the newer players will pick up the new game, and so forth and so on, and everybody will make a choice. But what really happens is people decide based on where their friends are. So if the majority of their friends are on the new game, then all the players will get pulled toward the new game, and that's really all there is to it. And the old game will be forgotten. And if all their friends are on the old game, then the majority of the players will go to the old game, and the new game will be forgotten. And it doesn't ever work out as nobly as people would like it to work out. And the real issue with that is that when you give a choice that isn't really a choice, and a lot of the times that choice is made specifically for the person in advance. So if you think about it, there's usually a default game mode, right? So when you go to make a character, you have to choose other game modes. So if I wanted to choose the older game mode, do you think that the older game mode would be the default, or do you think the newer game mode would be the default? Because I can tell you, like 99% of the time, the newer game mode is going to be the default. And what that means is that the majority of the people who play the game are not ever going to go, hey, what's this other game mode? No, they're going to make a character. They're not really going to think about it. They're going to go straight into playing the new game mode, even though the old game mode might be better. And so what happens is the old game mode just simply gets forgotten. So all the new players go into the new game mode. They don't try out the old game mode because they don't know what it is, or they don't even know that it's an option. It doesn't matter what's going on. They just simply end up going to the new game mode. And then everyone who's left on the old game mode just simply gets forgotten until eventually the community is so small and so tiny in the old game mode that it evaporates into nothingness. Ooh, I could use my axe. Yes.
As much as I would like to say, oh my goodness, somebody dropped some gore riders on the friggin' floor. What the heck?
All right.
This crazy person dropped some gore riders. What level are those shark skins? Let me see. 61. That's not bad. That's 3 off of max, isn't it?
Oh, I got my death axe now. Honks.
Pretty sure people will pay a co for those. Co or pool for those water skin boots. I mean, shark skin boots.
I'm pretty sure they were given away for free to somebody to use.
Yep. Where's Durance of Hate 2? Who opened up the Durance of Hate? Did we skip everything? Oh, you skipped some.
Pretty common.
Ah, you just went on a whole spiel about how you were gonna walk through everything and you skipped it.
I didn't ask for the portal.
I'm lost. I hate this place so much.
With the amount of times that Declone has been spawned ever since launch, honestly no, because they literally have had no trouble spawning him whatsoever. So they just do community events. Everybody donates a Soj. The people who donate Sojas get early access to the event and are guaranteed having, you know, an Annihilus charm. And I think I've literally seen like 10 or 12 like community events since launch, and those are only the ones that I've seen. So honestly, no, I don't really think they should change it at all.
I've killed Duriel like over 100 times and still haven't seen his drop.
Duriel? Why would you kill Duriel?
Are
you talking about Andariel?
Jewelry, right?
You're talking about Andariel?
Andariel, excuse me.
Yeah.
She drops the jewelry, right?
Yeah, she's prolific for dropping jewelry.
Yep. Never seen it. Not one.
I believe Nightmare Andy is the best one to farm if you really want a Soj. Pierce to Blade Fury. I think Pierce adding to Blade Fury would be a nice addition, but
oh my goodness, could you imagine how strong that would be?
I mean, it's very single target right now, so.
Or if that one guy said that they ricocheted off the targets and bounced the other ones. Oh my gosh, that'd be so great. Which makes me wonder what things they're going to change about the talents.
I don't know if they're going to change anything. I have a feeling that we're going to see some new items, maybe, and maybe some new events. But I really doubt they're going to do much in the way of rebalancing the characters. My guess would be some sort of new Uber Tristram or something similar. Maybe even a new.
I hope they complete Act 4.
Maybe even a new zone. I could see a new zone.
Like, I would like them to complete all the quests in Act 4. Definitely want them to tweak the mercs. Make all the mercs useful.
Carlos said they will break the game. Just wait. Of course, it'll happen online.
I've played Diablo 2 long enough. I'm ready for Diablo
Day
2.0.
FPS. You can play. You can fight Declone online. You just have to pay attention to what's going on. The events are usually scheduled way in advance. There are tutorials online that you can look up to figure out how to join in and find Diablo clone. All you need to do is put a little bit of work, and you can usually find him. And some of the streamers will actually literally give you the IP address, and all you have to do is follow the instructions and get into the game. And once you're in the game, and you're at the right IP address, it's really just a matter of finding him, which is literally just going to the first super unique monster on the map.
Yeah, I was really surprised that they didn't make one a voice chat for the game like they try to do with WoW. They try to do a voice chat, or make a Discord specifically for Diablo 2.
Companies don't want to bother with voice chat. I feel like they've realized at this point that having in-game voice chat is pointless because most people are using out-game voice chat anyway. Number two, the quality of the voice chat always ends up being terrible.
But they already had the
few,
system in place. That's why I was like, why didn't they just use the one that was in WoW?
Very few in-game voice chats that are actually good quality. And because of that reason, most people end up going to out external voice chats.
They don't want to have to deal with the mommies, like sending them letters and griping on social media. It was like, my baby went online to play with people in a game where you fight demons, and somebody yelled and cursed at him. It's like, well, duh. It's like the game is rated mature. Don't let your 5-year-old play Diablo 2.
Well, the problem is that you can't rate the game. When they go to the MSRP board and they say, we have a game that we would like to rate, and the MSRP goes, well, does it have voice chat? And they go, oh, yes, it does. And well, we can't accurately rate this because we have no idea what kind of experience they're going to have when they're online.
Yep.
Although it's usually the 5-year-olds who are cursing at everybody else.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm just saying. Somebody's gonna gripe about it. It's like, where did you hear the kids cursing, like 5-year-olds cursing? The mom's like, where did you hear that language? On this game. And that's why this social media blew up.
Yeah, Frozen Arms, I was fixing it. I'm
Trying to pick up this freaking sorcerer's staff. Money, money, money.
I think I might have just sold myself on Cloak of Shadows. It makes the bone fetishes stand still, so
Yeah,
they're not chasing me around.
It's super good. Like, it blinds most of the enemies.
No, I'm specifically talking about the bone fetishes that blow up next to you and kill you. It keeps them from chasing after you, which is super useful.
Yeah, I have that. Like, there's so many great one-point wonders on the assassin. The stun conversion thing is so freaking good. The smoke screen is so good. Corpse explosion, even with 1 point's really freaking good.
Double axe.
I am overburdened.
Blade, what was that, blade bone or bode blade or something like that? It's a Lobi, yeah, blade bone. Nice little Lobi axe. Great for a little barbarian.
For 2 levels.
It's alright for a little while.
By the time you can use it, you found something better.
I don't know, I usually just hang on to them and use them.
There are a lot of those weapons that are like that. It's like, all right, I'm gonna use this on my low-level character, and it's like, oh well, I need to be this level to use it, and you grinding through the game like, I can't wait to get to my weapon. It's like, then you find something that's yellow that's better. It's like, oh, well.
So negative, Joe Justice.
Not negative. I'm just saying what it is.
But it's not what it is, though. A lot of those items have very good uses if you put them on the correct characters and you use the correct items for the correct characters. I mean, there's tons of low-level items that have extremely good uses.
I'm gonna kill somebody. Somebody put the portal right in front of the stairs. Now I have to switch over to my mouse and actually click on it.
God, I'm having so much fun killing stuff, but you guys are just running ahead of me every 5 seconds. I got my axe though. I'm gonna rip these guys to pieces. What's up, YN Boybringer? I heard you like mudkips.
I can't kill anyone.
What's up, Mayfesto? Seem to be missing quite a lot. 86% chance to hit. Shouldn't be missing.
They already got him killed.
Gauntlets. Terrible gauntlets.
Mephisto. You were no
Big
match
chest.
for me.
Nothing in it.
Yeah, the conversions are not always useful, and sometimes it slows things down as opposed to speeds things up. It's definitely a double-edged sword. The conversions can be useful to help keep you alive, obviously, for tanking purposes, but at the same time, the conversions can also be not useful as they slow you down, especially on bail runs when you're literally trying to kill the waves as fast as possible, and you know, the conversions are literally slowing down the spawning of the monsters because they keep you know, at one point they're your allies, and at another point they're your enemy, and then they're your allies, and then your enemy. And so Bale, you know, obviously he has a limit. He can't summon anything unless you've killed everything. So so as soon as that monster that is not, you know, on your side turns back into not on your side, you now have to worry about him. So you got to kill him, and then if somebody's mind blast spamming or conversion spamming, you can bring him right back. And it does get pretty obnoxious. I try not to spam it. I use it sparingly. If I need to use conversion, I'll use conversion. If I don't need to use conversion, I try not to.
I usually use it to get out of a swarm when the enemies are like surrounding me. I can't move. That's when I use it.
Come on, get in here, little buddy. Alright, I want to get is Wally Wally. Yes, he will. Ages. Problem is, though, is I've noticed that when you convert a monster and there's nothing for them to fight, they tend to kind of wander off a little bit, off to the side, and sometimes they literally will just wander off to the side, deconvert, and then completely just ignore your existence because they're out of visual range. And they don't really last that long, but it is enough of a hindrance that it does make things kind of less smooth. Which is why people tend to not like it.
Yeah, for 1 point, it lasts a long time. It lasts like 30 seconds. A long time.
Flawless amethyst. At least it's obvious when it happens. +3 Armageddon, that's a 30,000 helmet.
The white?
The Superior Hawk helm. It's definitely worth 30,000 gold.
What's the Armageddon? Let me know if you see a +3 Hurricane.
+3 Hurricane.
I've been looking for a decent white druid helmet to make a
Delirium.
crap. What's the rule
Delirium.
word for 2?
Delirium. It's the only one. +2 to skills.
That too. I meant the lower level one though. +1 to skills.
If you find a really good one, you might as well just turn it into a Delirium. But they're two and 3 sockets, so they're 2 completely different socketed items.
Yeah.
Delirium's not really expensive. What's up, Iswal? You're right here by the door, huh? Hold on, I'll get to you in a second. I'm taking care of your minions.
Would you consider yourself a casual player?
Not by any means. Casual player is somebody who doesn't dedicate any time to the game. I feel like most casual players are those kind of players that usually have 40-hour-week jobs, are taking care of kids, and can only manage in maybe like 2 or 3 hours of gameplay like a week. I think
don't you have all those things?
I think since Diablo launched, I've literally averaged probably about 8 to 9 hours a day. It's literally pretty much a job for me. I definitely wouldn't call that casual.
I cannot hurt these things.
I mean, there's times when I've literally streamed for 15 hours straight, and those are some of the more ridiculous streams, yes. But honestly, my streams never tend to be less than about 4 hours unless something extraordinary happens. I'd say overall, I probably have over 30 or 40,000 hours in this game. I don't even know. It's a lot. Especially if you count all the time I played in the original.
Resurrected, but, you know, Diablo 2.
I mean, they're practically the same game. I'm not going to separate them.
What I mean is, when you say things like the rumors, oh, that's pretty cheap, it's like, well, it's not really cheap if you're a casual player. It's like it's really hard to find, like...
No, I take that into account.
High, low rune
I take that into account when I'm thinking about runes. See, there's a big difference between finding, for instance, like a jaw rune and finding like an ist rune. A jaw rune does not drop from the forge. So if I wanted to get myself an ist rune, I could just level up a couple characters, get them to hell difficulty, and do the forge. And literally there is a chance that I will get an ist rune from the forge. It's not that big of a deal. There is no chance you're going to get a jaw rune from the forge. So if I look at a recipe and a recipe has a jaw rune in it, then yeah, I'm going to say that's expensive because there's probably no chance you're just going to find one laying on the ground unless you get really lucky. And you're not going to be able to get one from the forge because it doesn't drop jaw runes. So when you think about
not gonna know that.
when you think about lower ones though, like for instance maybe a gull rune or an Ist rune or a Mal rune, things like that. The things that do in fact drop from the forge and are actually not that rare, those are actually a little bit easier to come by. And if the recipe only has like one of those runes that drop from a forge, I'm going to say it's a fairly easy rune word. But if it has like 2 or 3 items or runes that drop from the forge, then I'm not going to say that's easy.
Alright, well, I can give you my experience. I've played just as much Diablo 2 Resurrected as you have, and have never gotten a jaw rune. Never.
Okay, well we're
Like,
not
I've been
talking
playing since
about,
this game
but we're not
launched.
talking about a jaw rune. I'm
What
talking
I'm
about
saying is-
delirium. Delirium doesn't have any really high runes in it. It has one valuable rune. That's it. It has an Ist
Okay.
rune. The Ist rune is the only rune in it that is a valuable rune, and I wouldn't even consider the Ist rune a high rune. It's more like a mid-high rune. The other 2 runes in it are mid runes. Mid runes and low runes, which is Lemrune and Io. They're very easy to come by. I found like at least about 6 or 7 Lemrunes since I started playing Diablo 2 Resurrected, and literally everyone around me has found about the same amount. Io runes, I've literally found about 20. The Ist rune, I have found 4 since I started playing Diablo 2 Resurrected. So when I say it's a cheap recipe, I know what I'm talking about.
Well, what I'm saying is comparatively. An average person's not going to know that. Like I said, I've been playing this since the game launched, and I haven't even found a Maul rune yet. I found things that are higher, but I want my druid to have the
Like I said,
happy
man, you're
druid.
very negative. Yeah, I gotta say, you're extremely negative. I swear, every single thing that I've said so far, like literally almost every single thing that I've said so far, you've come up with some sort of negative spin on it.
Well, you gotta have a straight man, straw man, to like, counter your points.
Yeah, but they're not counterpoints. I'm literally giving you evidence and clear examples of how these particular runes are common, and then you're going, but
Like
no,
you said,
but no.
farming the
I could
forge.
literally pull up my
Nobody
my
would
mule
do
and I
that.
can show you literally 20 Io runes that I found since I started, and I've given away tons too, and I've used tons. So literally, I have 20 on a mule, plus all the ones I found so far.
Right. So, like, not specifically that armor. Like,
But that was
anything.
specifically the example I was giving of a rune word, which is not that expensive. So if you're going off on another rune word, which I wasn't talking about, then that's on you. I'm talking specifically about delirium being not an expensive rune word. I'm not saying enigma is not an expensive rune word. Enigma is an expensive rune word, and I would never say otherwise. Infinity is an expensive rune word. A lot of these rune words that are in the game that people love to use are extremely expensive rune words. Grief, which uses a low rune. Low runes are really hard to come by. When you talk about jaw runes, burr runes, zod runes, cham runes, all sorts of the higher runes, those things are hard to come by, and usually if they have one of those in the recipe, it's a very hard to come by recipe. If they have 2 or 3 in them, it's super, super expensive. Like, for instance, Infinity. Infinity is literally like 3 high runes. Most people who are really good at this game, who
if it's a low, high, medium, or super high rune. Like, there's nothing in the game that says you can't farm this with the forge. There's nothing that says you have to,
the rarity of the
10,000
rune,
hours
the rarity of the rune is literally dictated by how much you find it. So, like, just like with the Io rune and the Ist rune that I was talking about earlier, I found a large number of them. So as you go through the game, you start to realize, okay, these runes are not that hard to find. And when you look at the low rune and you try and find a low rune, you might be lucky to find one in like 2 or 3 weeks of play. And then you realize, oh, hey, this is pretty valuable. You can also go by the number. If you look up the runes, the runes are listed by their number. They literally have from 1 all the way to 33. So literally 33 is a really, really rare rune. It's the highest rune on the list. And although Zod rune is not really very sought after, it is actually the hardest rune to find.
I got lost. Are you, did you guys find Izil? The first quest guy?
Yeah, we found him. We killed him. We walked all the way there from Outer Steps. We're at City of the Damned now. The waypoint's up. And we're moving into the River of Flame.
Yeah, I had to manage my inventory. I got lost.
Oh, Eternity is not a cheap rune word. What you talking about, Maul? There's literally 2 high runes in that rune word. Sit here and just pinpoint pick out targets with this Blade Fury. Like, I can't really do massive amount of damage, but one thing I can do is I can just pick a target in a crowd and I can just take out that one target. It works really well in these grotesques too, because they constantly spawn tons and tons of little minions. And I'll just click on the grotesque in the back, kill them, and knock off the supply source before they have a chance. I kind of felt that way. Ivalicious. I kind of felt that in the like, in the start, it really did kind of feel like the drops were a little bit higher than they were in Diablo 2 Resurrected, and I kind of said that. Like, it kind of seemed like we were getting more than we should have been getting. It's one of my favorite games, Maul. Definitely. I have some other interesting favorite games that are on my list. It's hard to choose exactly which one is my ultimate favorite, but it's definitely easy to say that Diablo 2 is one of the most longevity favorite games. Not a lot of games can say that you know, that I've been playing them for like 21 years. This is one of my favorite games though as well. It's just not it doesn't have the longevity that Diablo does.
I think Diablo 2 definitely has the best kicking in those endorphins. You're rewarded very, very often in Diablo, and you're punished just as much. But then you like defeat it, and you're like, oh man, I beat it. More endorphins. So yeah, it's definitely got that feel to it. But I'd definitely say Monster Hunter, best game that's been made so far, and I think Baldur's Gate 3 is probably going to be the next in line. It's a really good game.
Monster Hunter is interesting mechanically, but it has it has no story, and it's a lot of repetition. Like I really enjoyed.
Perfect your form. Oh, it feels so good.
I really enjoyed Monster Hunter from the aspect of its mechanics, and I enjoyed it from the like the character building process and like choosing your weapon and things like that. But they really have some work to do on the like the repetitiveness of it. Like it gets really, really repetitive and really, really grindy really, really fast.
There are 4 bosses in this game, 5 bosses, and there's over like 50 in Monster Hunter. And it's
Yeah, but
pretty much the same
but
thing.
when you go fight the bosses, it's pretty much the same exact thing every single
Except
time.
the
You hunt the boss.
versions of each boss.
You hunt the
and
boss.
they
It's
actually
literally
get
the
more
same.
skills.
It's the same zones. You go in there. You literally go to the same exact zone. You hunt the boss the same exact way you hunt pretty much every other boss. You find the boss. The boss runs away. You rinse, repeat. Like it gets boring really fast. You have fun with it. You do. You build your characters. You choose your weapons. You play around with the weapons. But eventually, it just feels like you're just going into these games for no other reason other than to build up your equipment, and there's nothing else to it except for building up your equipment. It's not like Diablo where you're having fun testing out all these various builds of your character and using abilities and trying to figure out how things work. Like,
But it's exactly like that. You can have one character that uses. You can use one weapon and use it 18 different ways.
yes, but it's more like a I don't want to say. It's almost like playing Mortal Kombat as opposed to playing like Diablo. It's almost more about learning the weapon combos than it is anything else. Like, oh, I didn't quite do well on this boss, and that's because I didn't block at the right time, dodge at the right time, and this weapon's really slow, so I attacked too many times, and used like 3 rotations instead of 2 rotations. So he was able to hit me with a stun, and that's why I died. And it really feels a lot more like I'm playing Mortal Kombat than I am playing like a RPG.
Well, let me give you an example. In Diablo 2, there's one class that can heal the other players. That's the paladin with holy shot or whatever, right?
Holy Bolt.
Yeah. In Monster Hunter, there are several ways to build your character where you can be just exclusively support. You can be a healing person, you can be a buffing person, you can be a debuffing person. You don't even have to fight the monster.
Yeah, that's an MMO thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the, Monster Hunter is like you can do that. Like in this, the assassin is really good at debuffing and controlling the battlefield. She's okay. She's got 2 like offensive specs essentially: corpse explosion and fire or whatever. The other ones are okay. But you can build her just with a couple points here and there to make her an amazing support character.
That's a very good point, Aegis. I think Aegis hit on the nail on the head, which is
I didn't have the chat open. What do you say?
which is interesting. He's basically saying that modern games are more along the lines of, this is a class that we have pre-planned for you, and you just need to discover it. Whereas older games were less about making something pre-planned and more along the lines of you just simply figuring it out on your own. So when you play Diablo, you're figuring out how to play. You're just learning the skills. You're figuring out how to play the characters. There honestly, I don't even think is really even very many preset builds in Diablo 2. Unlike Diablo 3, on the other hand, which literally has set armors which force you to use very specific skills, and I think that's one of the big differences between the older and the newer games. Is there's this like sense of wonder and mystery that you may be discovering something new that no one knows about, whereas in the newer games, it's almost as if everything is pre-planned out for you, and you're not necessarily discovering anything so much as just simply going the path that the developers have set for you. There's a wonder and a mystery to Diablo 2 that is missing from the other games. And even if the game's been out for 21 years, and even if everyone has discovered everything that's in the game, as a person who's just playing it and someone who hasn't looked up everything on the internet, you don't know. You don't know what paths there are for you to take. And they talked about that, by the way. In one of the Q&As, they specifically said that that was the kind of community that they were trying to foster and support. They literally said that newer games hold your hands way too much and point you in the correct direction way too much, and they wanted to not do that with Diablo 2 Resurrected and keep it how it was in the past, which is where the community comes together and figures things out.
They definitely did that. The game is extremely vague about many points.
Which is a good thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is, but then when you're trying to look up a specific answer and you're looking at forums that are 20 years old and like you can't understand the jargon that the people that are speak on the forums about because they all speak in old like either colloquialisms or what is it, the rhetoric that you use when you're at work where you only the people that work there know what that language is. I forget what it's called. You know what I'm talking about. Like, they use an old language that basically people that only play the game know about, so when you're trying to find an answer, you're like, no idea what they're talking about.
Which is why I made a video where I literally went over all the jargon.
Ooh, plug. Plug that video. What was it called?
It was literally just something about abbreviations. But the thing about those abbreviations is you can always just search for them. Like if you don't know what IAS is, you could just type in IAS D2 and chances are you would probably come up with the answer.
Yeah, well that specifically was pretty easy to figure out. I'm talking about other, like, you know, abbreviations and other languages and stuff that...
Wait till you get into the calculations.
Oh yeah, man, that when... Like, some of those other folks that break that stuff down, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so complicated.
Yeah, well, it has to be, otherwise the game doesn't work. All that stuff needs to happen behind the scenes.
Right, but every class, like, having different calculations for every type of weapon, and sometimes specific weapons, it's like, it's so nuts.
Well, it's to prevent certain characters from doing things that they shouldn't, and taking advantage of things that they're not supposed to be taking advantage of.
That's for sure.
I mean, think for instance if the sorceress could do everything.
Well, she already can, but...
The sorceress has absolutely horrible faster hit recovery breakpoints. She has absolutely horrible block chance breakpoints. She has absolutely horrible a lot of things. And if she didn't have absolutely horrible a lot of things, you would see much more broken, overpowered sorceresses than we have now. Trust me.
Yeah, but the sorceress can still melee.
Yes, if she's built properly. If she takes into account like massive amounts of faster hit recovery and beefs up massive amounts of faster block, and she has to sacrifice many things to hit those breakpoints. That's the whole point. You can't just say, oh, well, she can already do everything. And the answer is no, she can't do everything unless she sacrifices other things.
Well,
She's not going to be able to. She's not going to be able to hit the faster cast 200% breakpoint and have the fastest blocking in the game and have the faster hit recovery of the game and have, you know, maximum mana and have energy shield. She's got to make choices, and that's what those things are there for. It's to force her to have to make the choices to build what she needs to build and not have everything. If she had the same breakpoints as everybody else, like if she had the same block chance as a paladin or the same attack speed as a barbarian, you would see sorceresses running around that were literally like gods, whirlwinding everything, blocking everything, and they'd never die.
No, I mean, I completely agree with you that they have to sacrifice something for something else. But if you go to the character select screen when you play online, 90% of the characters at the bottom are all sorceresses.
That's because they have teleport. Just saying.
I heard later that he was defeated.
That's literally the only reason. It's because they have teleport.
So why did they make Enigma so hard to make?
Enigma wasn't even in the game until the very end.
I know, but once they figured out, say, hey, we should let the other classes, you know, do this thing that they're only playing sorceresses to you know, farm. They're like, okay, we see the problem here. Everybody else wants to be able to teleport too. Why wouldn't they just make the Enigma cheaper?
I mean, some people have said that they want everyone to be able to teleport, or nobody gets to teleport. And if it was up to me, nobody would get to teleport.
Wasn't there a point when the sorceress she could only teleport in line of sight, and then they changed it back?
I don't know. Don't remember anything like that.
I seem to recall in one of the patches, briefly the sorceress could only teleport in line of sight, but if there was a wall in her way, it would stop her.
Yeah, I don't
maybe
remember that.
Maybe I'm remembering.
Yeah, Grief does not work on Blade Fury. It also does not work on Vengeance. There are a lot of things Grief does not work on, so make sure that you take that into account before you go Grief OP, let's make this. Death, which is the rune word that I made right here, is the highest damage rune word as far as I understand for Blade Fury Assassin. That's the one that you want if you're going to do Blade Fury. It's relatively cheap with Hell, L, Vex, Ort, Gull. The Vex is a relatively low high rune, and Gull is also a higher mid rune. So it really doesn't have like the Jobber, Josser, Cham thing going on, but you're still going to have to find yourself one Vex rune, which is going to be a little bit difficult. That's your big money there on that particular rune word. And if you have the Vex rune, usually the rest of it falls into place. Unfortunately, a lot of people are not going to spend a Vex rune on that because they'd rather spend a Vex rune on a call to arms. Specifically because they like that that nice battle orders and shouts. I don't know. The main problem that I have with teleport now is that it's way too fast now. So before it was limited by the size of your screen, and yeah, you could mod your game and you could put in widescreen support and stuff like that. But the majority of the players before were using the original 4:3 aspect ratio, and they were limited to the speed that they could teleport by that 4.3 aspect ratio. And now we have widescreen monitors all the way up to 19 by God, what was it? I can't remember the ratio. It's not 16 by 9. It's like 19 by something. Like you can literally teleport almost twice as far in a single teleport than you could previously. I think it actually is more than twice as far. So the speed of teleport has literally increased by more than 2 times since they increased the size of the screen. And I honestly think that's an issue because it's way too fast now. I mean, you can literally get across the entire like Bloodmoor all the way to Cold Plains Waypoint in like 4 seconds.
I watched that video.
Ah, you did see that video.
I did see the faster cast rate video. And then when you asked me the other day, you were like, what's the sorceress's faster cast rate? I quoted the video. I was like, you said it was 200. And then you're like, 105. And I'm like, oh.
I'm looking for the breakpoints. I wasn't looking for the cap. Because I was at 102, and I needed like 3. I was pretty sure it was 105, and I needed like 3-4% to hit that breakpoint. I'm not going to get 200% on that sorceress. It's not even necessary on that particular sorceress.
I don't think it's necessary for. I mean, well, I guess if you're.
Depends on your sorceress.
Like doing Mephisto or something, where you got to go through that whole. Trapped.
I mean, Last Wish would certainly be nice, Maul, but I mean, good luck making a Last Wish. If you want to talk about expensive rune words, that one's Scrooge McDuck, DuckTales over here. You might as well just start singing. It'd be like, life is like a hurricane, DuckTales, ooh. The other interesting thing about runes that I don't think a lot of people realize is that despite the fact that you might not be able to specifically find a rune, that does not mean the rune is rare.
Me specifically with my bad luck.
That does not mean the rune is rare.
Thank you.
And you can literally just go trade for it. Most of the time, there is somebody out there who has the rune, who doesn't need it, who wants something else that you have in your inventory, and you can usually just make a game and trade for that rune. Like for instance,
talk about the trade channel.
like for instance, let's
going into the trade channel and getting spammed by all those bots. Oh man.
yeah, we've already talked about that a lot. So let's say, for instance, you've got a token. So tokens are not that hard to come by, especially if you're farming the bosses. You might get a token before you'd ever get a jaw rune or an ist rune or a gull rune or a vex rune or anything like that. And tokens have a very specific value.
Tokens are for the people who haven't gone through hell yet.
Tokens are the reset ability. So you basically collect 4 essences, one from each boss in hell difficulty, and you take the tokens and you put them into the cube and you transmute them, and that gives you the token, which is your respect.
It's a T.
People will trade for the respect token. They will trade runes for these, and you can take them and you can just trade for what you need. A lot of the times, you'll undervalue them, but if it's what you specifically need to make your character stronger, I mean, more power to you.
Do you have a recommendation on where to go to trade?
No. Yeah, I just go to games.
Yeah, I find that semi-frustrating as well. Trying to find when I'm leveling up a character and trying to find just a regular game in hell, but most of the hell channels are I'm trading this for this.
Yeah, that's because that's what somebody has and somebody wants.
Right, but it's like they should have a different.
There are generic trade channels.
Like, okay, here's the trade hell level, where everybody who's gone through hell and has stuff to trade, and here's the people that are just trying to go through the game. There's a lot of so much spam. So much spam. I have so many one type of essence. You know, I'm a tickling, so I kill an Endar a lot. So I have lots and lots of Endarial essence.
And that's fine. You'll get the rest of them later. You can just off-mule them and hold on them for later. Small Jimmy!
So I've been trying to farm Harlequin and angelic wings. Man, getting the angelic wings. Still haven't had those drop yet. I traded for them. But
Well, I've gotten like 5 or 6 pairs. I usually drop them on the ground every single time I do giveaway games.
so good. The angelic set is so good.
I'm wearing a pair right now.
I'm wearing the necklace and 2 feet. And the chest, I think, right now, just to get the magic find. So good. Anyway, been farming Hell and Dariel about 2 months now. Still haven't seen the wings
Sebastian.
drop.
What are you talking about, Sebastian?
Command is ended.
Another poison damage, Jamie. I don't mind if I do.
Rumba. You guys are so fast.
I'm not really sure exactly what the tokens are worth right this second. I know you could easily trade one for probably an ist rune at the very least. I think that might be undervaluing it a little bit. Probably, I mean, I could see a gull rune, or maybe even a little bit higher than a gull rune. It's been a little while since I've traded one, but I know for a fact that that tokens are pretty hot commodities. People love to do their resets, and it's nice to have a token around, especially if you've already used up all your resets. Ooh, 7% magic finds small jammy. Nice. Mr. NiNi is right here. He's been here the entire time, John Cagle. He's been sitting with me like literally the entire stream, either in my shirt sleeping or standing up behind my head, because I swear he knows exactly where the camera is. He doesn't like to be seen. Well, there you go. ELF says Rune. So Rune is a little bit higher than Ist, isn't it? Can't remember the exact numbers right off the top of my head always. I love how Blade Fury is not affected by cold damage or chilling effects. Like it just seems to just go. Like it doesn't, even though it's technically a ranged ability, it doesn't really care that it's a ranged ability. I don't know. I recently traded one for something similar. Ethereal back to Corbin. Tommy gun. I have no need for a token right now. I already have one. And I actually just traded a token the other day for a gold root, so. Oh, it's capped out at 20. Honestly, when it comes to tokens, the real thing here is that it's what somebody needs and what somebody wants. Somebody might be willing to trade a token for a lot more than somebody else, and that's the whole beauty of the trade system, is that you get what you can get for something, and everybody wants to say, oh, this is worth this exact amount, but if nobody wants it, you're probably not going to be able to get that amount for it. And if everybody wants it, you're probably going to be able to get more for it than that. There's always people who come in and make fun of trades, I swear. It's like they've never made a good trade themselves in their entire lives. Tower. Doesn't seem like my crushing blow is working on this. You need some help in Tristram, Able One? Whoa, 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 whoa. That hurts. Nice. Ethereal Titans. You gonna upgrade it? For mo damage. I find that whenever I use Ethereal Titans, I always need a second one. They break too fast. Even with the replenishes quantity, it just doesn't keep up. You usually need a second one for your other hand. Or at least another javelin for your other hand, while that one is self-repairing. Every time I look over at chat, I almost die because I'm not paying attention. Let's look over at chat and almost die. Let's look over at chat and almost die. Look here, skeleton. I got time for you. Already up. See? He already knows what's going on. He already knows what's going on. Portal death. I mean, I can come give you a hand, Able One, but, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to be able to do if you got the portal booby-trapped. The, the Uber portals are fairly devastating when you get them booby-trapped, because, number one, you can't make any portals out. I mean, if you want to send me the game name, you're more than welcome to. I'll come take a look and see what I can do, but, probably, send it to me in Discord. That way you don't have 1,800 people joining trying to steal your torch. My paladin is not specifically set up to take on Ubers by himself. He's always functioned in a group, but I can certainly give it a try. Might take me a little bit longer than your average ordinary Uber killer. Hey, Shadow Disciplin's charm. Yes, exactly what I needed. Mind blastically now. I don't think this level 60 assassin is quite there yet. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but she is not quite Uber killer material just yet. How do you doing this evening, sir? Made a Zealer, Fort, Deathface, G-Face, Highlands. Leg of Hands, Nosferatu's Coil, rare 7%. Life, I mean, Atma's Scarab would definitely help you with amplify damage. If you're a Zealer, amplify damage will help you out a frickin' ton. You could also try and get yourself a Reaper's Toll for your Mercenary, which is Decrepify. Both of those are not exceedingly easy to find, so it's kind of whatever you can get your hands on. I actually plan to use an Atma Scarab on this character when I get a chance. And but amplify damage is the best way to make physical damage characters function in a physical immune world. You can also use some type of elemental damage attack. Like, for instance, if you have a very high elemental damage weapon or a very high number of skill points, you can use Vengeance to clear out some of the more elemental, the physical immune monsters.
I can't carry anymore.
There's a lot of highly situational items that you can use to bypass immunities. I mean, it really just depends on like what you've got lying around. Like, I'm never gonna tell anybody, oh, hey, you gotta get an Atmoscarab, there's no other way. Or, hey, oh, you gotta get a Reaper's Toll, there's no other way. You know, there are ways to get Amplified Damage procs, there are ways to get Decrepify procs. For instance, one of the cheaper rune words that you can use to get yourself a Decrepify proc is Lawbringer, I believe. Let me just verify that real quick, because I don't want to give you guys the wrong. I believe it's Lawbringer. Yes. Lawbringer could be used as your swap to for Decrepify spam. Lawbringer is not too bad on runes, and it doesn't really have a huge amount of damage, but it does have level 15 Decrepify proc. So it's an alternative. You could use that on your swap to. It's only Lemco, which is pretty darn cheap in my opinion. The most expensive rune in that is the Lem rune, and I feel like Lem runes are fairly common enough that most people have at least a couple in their stash, you know, just simply waiting. It's not like a huge giant deal. And Lawbringer's not a bad weapon either. It does have some interesting effects, and can certainly be very useful for certain targets. It has an extremely high amount of undead damage as well because of the Sanctuary aura. And the Sanctuary aura also, believe it or not, happens to have some other interesting effects, which is basically that it doesn't function the way you think. It doesn't actually reduce or increase the amount of damage you do. Instead, what it does is it actually decreases the physical resistance of undead monsters, so it makes them very easy to kill. And it's just a very interesting kind of a way to do things. Where is the item that I'm looking for? I know I'm looking for something. Mr. NiNi's just been hanging out with me all day. I'm pretty sure he's thirsty at this point. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'm going to go put him back in his cage. Go get myself some water, too, because I'm thirsty. I'll be right back, all right? Sorry about that. Mr. NiNi, he need to get back in his cage. Where were we at? The frozen river. You guys already complete the quests? No. Okay, good. Moving right along. Huh. Get some shouts. I was waiting for you to send me a message with the game name and password, Able One. I still don't see anything on Discord, and I haven't seen you post it in chat either. Not that I would recommend posting it in chat, because then somebody's going to come steal your Uber. But if you hop onto Discord, I put the link in there for you. I will be more than happy to come give you a hand. I'm going to put the link in there one more time. One more time. If you're interested, there it is. I can't really join your game or do anything unless I have some information to go by. GGM Sir Sassy. Chummy. My girl loves to frickin' mind blast these guys, doesn't he? I'm not even using mind blast. I mean, I have it. I don't intend to use it eventually, but a wrist blade. What's that? Chance to cast amplify damage on striking. Look at that.
Impossible.
If I needed it, which I don't. But you can also get amplify damage in that way. There's also a bow. It's a very interesting bow. It's it has amplify damage charges on it, and or sorry, percent chance to cast amplify damage. It's actually pretty nice. The Witch Wild String, I believe is what it's called. It's very good for a bow merc. If you wanted to run a bow merc with your Zealer, then you can have a perpetual supply of amplify damage.
Thank you.
7% MF. Small Jimmy. And that's how it works, John Cagle. At one point he's dropping 1, and at another point he's dropping like none, and then sometimes you end up with 3 in a row. It's pretty crazy. Alright, where are we? Glacial Trail? Did we ever find... We didn't find Crystalline Passageway Point. I'd like to grab that specifically for helping people out and stuff. Well, bow is on. That's an easy one. Yeah, grab the Witch Wild String. It has all res on it. It's got Deadly Strike. It's got magic arrows. The magic arrows are actually one of the excellent ways to deal with physical immunes because it converts a portion of your physical damage into magic damage. And Witch Wild String has level 20, if I remember correctly, magic arrow, which means it's converting 20% of your physical damage into magic damage. And that will obviously allow you to kill physical immunes because you're going to be doing 20% magic damage instead of 100% physical. So BattleNet tags have numbers at the end. It's for a very specific reason. It's so that it's not just simply a name. It's never going to be just a name. It's going to be a name plus a number. So I knew right away that when he shared his name, it wasn't the right name because it would be, for instance, with me, it's GG Mentor number, and then the number is what I would have to share to you guys. So if you guys want to send me friends requests, I have to send you my full BattleNet tag, not just GG Mentor. You're never going to figure it out otherwise because it's a 4-digit code. And it's just a random number in between there like a PIN code. There you go. So now we have something. So Able 1 1400. I sent you a friend request, Able 1. Yeah, you've got to accept it, otherwise I can't do anything. It actually is an excellent option for offhand. You're probably going to want to upgrade it, though, Aegis, because it does have rather low damage for a Nightmare Bow. I believe you're going to want to upgrade it to the Hell version. But the damage on it is actually very, very belied is a belied weapon because it has Deadly Strike, because it has amplified damage, because it has magic arrow. Like there's all these other damaging effects which really kind of like hide how much damage you're actually doing. So the number that you see on the screen, you've got to double that, and then when amplified damage procs, you've got to double it again. And then when when you're firing the magic arrows, you've got your 20% magic damage, which is obviously going to help you kill those physical immunes, and it's going to bypass the physical immunity. So when you're fighting a physical immune monster and you're firing magic arrows at it, amplified damage hits. There's just a huge bonus damage to those particular monsters, and you don't have to put any points into you don't have to put any points into it at all. By the way, magic arrow, you literally get level 20 magic arrow just for putting the bow on. Wind Force is great. It used to be one of the greatest bows in the game. It has since fallen into ruin. It is no longer one of the greatest bows in the game. It's still a good bow. Don't get me wrong. Is it better than Witch Wild String? Maybe not. I mean, Witch Wild String has 100% deadly strike, and it also has amplified damage procs, and you have to weigh that against Wind Force. It also has 2 sockets, by the way. I forgot to tell you that. The Witch Wild String comes with 2 sockets. So not only does it have amazing abilities on it, it also comes with 2 sockets, which makes it even better. We want to help you, but we can't, because you don't have your friends. You gotta accept the requests that we sent you. The Rune Scepter. +3 vigor. Yeah, I don't really want to go in the Drifter Cavern. It's boring in there. Everyone just wants to help you. Everyone just wants to give you a hand. By the time you accept my friend request, I might actually, I might be high enough level to go help him with my assassin. I might be. Could be a thing. Keys. I was trying to see if he accepted the friend's request or not. I do not see nobody. Flawless amethyst, yes. Done. Three-socket alpha helm with nothing on it. Hey, hey, hey! No bow and spears. No bow and spears. Calm it down. Frozen tundra. Maybe somebody was able to join his game. Maybe that's why he's not responding. Uber service. Well, that's weird. I guess maybe I just wasn't hitting the barricade towers. Like earlier, I tried to kill one of those guys and it took forever, and now it just like ripped right through it. +1 to Armageddon, +1 to hunger. Ah, it's always nice to have something to play on the go. I swear half the time I think my little shadow master is a actual person. I'm like, where'd this assassin come from? Shows you how intelligent I am. I'm like, she's got some nifty looking gear. Portal is spicy. The spiciest of portals. So many archers. Moonchild, oh no. It depends on what you're building, Don Simprino. If you're building really low strength builds, which are totally a thing, I'm told even light plate is an option. However, if you're not building low strength builds, you'd probably want to just go with an Archon plate. But it really comes down to that strength requirement and what you're trying to get out of the strength requirement. Enigma has a rather large strength bonus, so a lot of people will combine the fact that Enigma has a very large strength bonus with the fact that they're going to build a low strength build, and they use this to their advantage. So I've seen light plates, I've seen mage plates, I've seen dusk shrouds, I've seen Archon plates, and they all have their points and advantages. If you're going to build your strength up anyway, you know, it's a weird question, because it's pretty much, hey, how much strength do I need? Is Enigma providing me the strength, that I need for this item? And you're like, yes, okay, well, do I want to have to rely on Enigma for the strength for this item, or would I like to be able to use this item without Enigma? And some people build their characters that way, where they literally put on Enigma to put on everything else, and it's interesting. I find myself that a lot of the times when you go those routes where your equipment is providing you the strength, things can go really wonky. Like for instance, like say you have an item that you'd like to swap to use, as a alternate piece of equipment, but you can't, because as soon as you swap, you lose whatever, like 5 strength or something, or whatever that your weapon or whatever provides, and like half your equipment turns red. I mean, that kind of thing is not so fun. Not really. See if we can find the waypoint real quick. And then there's also the picking up your body thing when you die. Unfortunately, when you don't have enough strength to wear your equipment correctly, when you pick up a body when you die, a lot of the times you have to click on it multiple times to actually get all the equipment off of it. Multiple times sometimes, depending on how many plus strength items you have. And then there's also the whole the fashion side of it. Okay, so mage plate, light plate, and archon plate, they all look the same. Dusk Shroud is a very good low strength choice, but Dusk Shroud doesn't look good on some characters. It looks kind of doofy. It's like you're not wearing any equipment at all. And you know, it really depends on like what piece of armor you'd rather have this piece, you know, this in, so that you can actually look like a cool character. There's also the weight class of the armor, which is taken into consideration. Most of the choices that have been presented are light plates, so they're essentially light armor in terms of the weight penalty. So Archon plate, Mage plate, Light plate, Dust Shroud, those are all light plates as far as the penalty is concerned, and that's why people like to choose those. They have less of a run-walk penalty, and also no stamina drain penalty. Just trying to find the waypoint, Able One. There we go. All right, let's kill these ancients real quick, and then let's move on from this. I'm gonna go help Abel with his Ubers. There it is, that one. Oh, dang it! I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Back down this way. Alright, on to the area summit, guys. My portal.
Prove worthy.
God bless it. I hate that it puts me in private chats. I want to see how spicy is spicy. I'm pretty sure it's pretty spicy. He probably aggroed all of them at the same time, which is, you know, probably not the best thing to do. It's probably not. Alright, let's get this over with. Ooh, ow, okay. Amplify damage. Alright, wish I had it. Why are you focusing on me, Corlick? What did I do to you? You don't like shurikens in your butthole? Shurikens in your butthole. Man, he hates my guts, doesn't he? Quit hating my guts. What did I do to you, cursed Corlick? Cursed Corlick. Alright. Let me go help this this guy real quick. See if I can manage to unpoopify the portal. Let me see how I join him. What I gotta do? Friends list. That's right. Lobby, friends list, players, and Able 1. I see Fredadon. I don't think you accepted my friend's request, sir. Yeah, I don't see you on my friends, man. Are you sure you accepted my friend's request? You have already sent a friend request to Able1, and it is still pending. Buddy, I can't come with you if you don't accept the friend's request. Or give me the game name. Or do something other than waste my time. And I hate to sound really mean about it, but I feel like it's been about 45 minutes. And not only have you not accepted the friend's request, but it took us forever just to even get your username. If you want help, cooperate. Cooperation. Cooperation. I mean, you don't even have to accept mine. There's like, I'm pretty sure you just got friend requests from like half the chat who are looking to come help you with Tristram. I mean, any of them probably would work. Heard a ding. A ding. I see no game, though. That's my brother. Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. A torch for a Z torch. Alright, well, yeah. I mean, if you're going to ask for help, at least try and make a concerted effort to make sure that the people who are trying to help you can actually help you. Otherwise, it's just kind of a waste of everybody's time. Just a waste of everybody's time.
Not in town.
Rocky Nason. Does that even work anymore? The friends all command? No, it doesn't work anymore. They changed it. Probably is on Xbox for all I know. Goldstone keep level 3. I see you guys have already been through here. What's up, Arnold Digons? Hey. Nice. Congratulations on your skin of the Viper. Ooh, a grave wand. I don't think he meant it in a derogatory way, SWP Gaming. More so that we wouldn't be able to help him, I believe is what he meant by that. Because the PC players can't help out the Xbox players on their game. It's impossible. We can share items if somebody else also has, you know, an account on the Xbox. We can swap items back and forth because of a cross progression, but we can't actually help. Yeah. So it's, there is also that. Oh, +2 Necro. +2 Necro wand. Ah. Laden or unladen sparrow donkey? Because you know there is a big difference between the velocity of a sparrow that is laden or unladen. If we're talking about a laden sparrow, you know, what is he carrying? Is he carrying a coconut? And if he's carrying a coconut, how fast and how far can he fly? These are the questions that we need answered. And thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way. I appreciate it. It was, in fact, swallows. You were correct. The African swallow could carry much more weight than the European swallow. I tend to favor blue. I think blue is one of my favorite colors. More of a darker blue than a lighter blue. She's tossing out death sentries. Look at her being useful. And Cloak of Shadows works really great against Gloams. I'm actually really starting to dig Cloak of Shadows. Might be the next thing I beef up. We shall see. I really rather enjoy Cloak of Shadows. The Shadow knows. What do I think death is worth? You talking about my my rune word that I've got on here? I mean, it doesn't really have a lot of actual uses. That's the very interesting thing about the death rune word. Is it? I feel like a lot of people avoid actually making it specifically because they don't need it or want it. I specifically need it, so that's why I made it. But it's not always the case. I don't know of any people that would trade for a death rune word, nor would I want to create a death rune word specifically for trade. If that makes sense. I would probably be more willing to spend that Vex rune on something that could potentially have higher trade value, as opposed to death, which probably has really low trade value.
The world stone. What power.
Gnarled staff, light plate, battle, little butcher crap. Alright, ladies and germs, my girlfriend is home, my beautiful lady, and she needs some help with some stuff. I'm going to take a quick break and help her out, and then I'll come back. That's pretty much it. I'll be back. Nom 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 nom. Alright, well, level 63 now. Can I use any of the equipment that I had laying around? I still can't use Natalia's. I was actually thinking about using Natalia's. I also want to socket this Gilm's face.
You're the eight. Can I help you?
And I want to throw a 30% ED jewel in there. I have a 38%. That should be fine. That should increase my damage very nicely. Very nicely. Very nicely. At this point, it's on to hell difficulty, isn't it? Can I use my atmosphere yet, or is that too high? I can use my atmosphere. Okay. Unfortunately, to use the Atmoscarab, I have to take off the Angelic Set, which is the majority of my attack rating. It's actually all of my attack rating, I'm pretty sure. Oof, look at that attack rating go into the dirt. Just right into the dirt. I might not be able to work Atmoscarab into this build until I can solve the attack rating issue. I mean, it does give me a 20% bonus to attack rating, but the problem with that is that since I'm getting absolutely no attack rating from anywhere, I need attack rating for it to give me a bonus. So 20% of nothing is still pretty much nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, yeah. I was talking to my beautiful lady. Alright, I'm gonna make the next game GGM2. I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell. To hell with you. To hell with you.
Good day. Greet.
To hell with you. I really need some better gloves, and I'm like 99% certain I have better gloves laying around on somebody. I also need, actually I do need to do some upgrades first. I need to upgrade my merc. I need to upgrade my myself. I need to upgrade various parts of my equipment. You can use this treachery. What else can you use? You definitely need a better weapon. That's a very slow attack speed. And it's not enough damage for hell difficulty, unfortunately. I think I have, what, Telrashas sitting around here? You're not high enough to lower Telrashas, are you? Nope. He's wearing some crappy little hat that needs to be replaced.
I'll put that to good use.
I have that. That's nice. It's pretty. Let me see if I can find his weapon real quick. I know I've got a couple weapons laying around on a couple different characters. Yeah, Demon Limb is a nice bonus percentage to AR. There are a lot of very interesting items that have bonus percentage to AR, and this is part of the issue that, unfortunately, because they only have bonus percentage and not actual attack rating, if I have no actual attack rating, things do not work out so nicely. It's kind of a conundrum. Eventually, though, I'll have such a high percentage increase that even the tiniest bit of attack rating will have a huge effect on my my damage. So it's interesting. I could just give him an ethereal Balrog spear. That'd be interesting. 350% damage to demons isn't exactly awful either. Dual life leech gloves. Alley is rather highly sought after. I mean, it would be one of the more expensive ones. Although I don't know exactly what's going on with torches right now. I mean, at the longer that we wait, the more the market is flooded with torches. So it's kind of up in the air. $17.19 is really good though. Well, I'll figure it out, Dark Wanderer. Don't worry. It's just, for right now, I'm just going to have to use the Angelic set, two pieces, just for, until I can figure out exactly how to fix my attack rating. Just taking a look at what I got laying around. I always got something laying around. Because I hold on to just about everything. And that's the truth. Always holding on to something. Probably things that I shouldn't be holding on to. But, next character. Nordman, I found like 2 or 3 of them so far, but I've always given them away to people who need them. I don't have one on me right now. Last stream I found one, I gave it away in the same game. If I do happen to find another one, I could just give it to you. It's I got like several people asking for one though, so I guess they're not as rare as I would like to imagine they are. I mean, that's definitely an option. I could also give him the woe stave. It's not no lifesteal on the woe stave, though. No lifesteal. That's got 10% lifesteal on that, but both of them are pretty low damage. I think I'd rather prefer to have something a little bit higher on the damage side. And unfortunately, none of this is really exactly what I'm looking for. Hmm. This is Witch Wild String, for those of you who were asking earlier. That's the bow. As you can see, 2% chance to cast level 5 amp on striking, 40% increased attack speed, fires magic arrows, which is level 20, 167% enhanced damage, could be higher, 82% deadly strike, which is chance of double damage, all resistance is 40, and it has 2 sockets, which that's the reason why it has 40% IAS, because I put 2 shale runes in there. Well, yeah, I found a 3-socket Berserker's Axe. I was going to turn that into a an interesting item. Oh yeah, I got Giant Skull. I could give him that. Actually, I wonder if Giant Skull would be a better choice for my assassin, as opposed to G-Face. G-Face has more Crushing Blow, but Giant Skull has Crushing Blow as well, and it also has a knockback. And then I could also put 2 high percent ED jewels in it. And, that's an interesting option. I'll put that over here. Maybe I'll play around with it.
Oh, I just gave up on my computer and went.
Whoa, loud. What's
Yeah,
up? What's up, apropos? You're very loud, sir.
I apologize.
Whew. My ears. What's going on, man?
Hey, you know, another exciting day in paradise.
Another.
Although now you've out-leveled my barbarians, so.
Well, I mean, I've been loving them for a while. I was hoping people would show up and stuff, you know, like, hey, what's going on, guys?
Well, that's been my plan. I saw you post that you're going to be doing this, and so before you even started, but then, you know, that horrible thing called adulting. I don't know if you've heard of it. I don't recommend it, but
I heard it's got 1 star on Amazon.
Well, you know, there is a little bit of an extra perk, but I'm pretty sure you're on YouTube, so I can't talk about that. Well, no, see, life's funny, and I had a great extra perk, so, you know, that's worth a little delay sometimes.
72 attack rating, 5 strength. That could be.
Anybody got anything extra for cold res? I'm currently sitting at -1 healing hell.
-1. So many skulls and jemmies and jemmies.
Right now I'm wearing the gold skin chest because it's got 35 all res, and I'm wearing 4 pieces of Immortal King because a friend gave me that, and that was better than what I was wearing.
I mean, it happens. Sometimes you just get better pieces of equipment.
I remember the old days when I had everything I could want plus, so I don't mind that I have to claw my way back. It's life.
He said infested. I have another Witch Wild string, by the way, if anybody is super duper interested in that.
What is that?
I was talking about something that I was talking in chat earlier. Not necessarily to you specifically.
Yeah, no, that's kind of going against the barbarian feel. Cheers, though. I got one of those sitting in my stash, but I think my IK head is probably better for this class.
Your MF Sork has 390% MF and she never finds anything good. Huh. I mean, it's completely random, so as long as you got your magic find and you're killing the right monsters, there's no guarantee you're going to end up with something good, but you're definitely increasing your chances.
55. If you have a chest, that would be amazing. I'm a sword barb, so I don't want them. Oh, well, then never mind.
Extra crushing blow?
Yeah, if you're not using it, man, I'll give it a good home.
What are you talking about?
That's fair. I've got a whole bunch.
Conversations going on that I can't hear because I have certain people turned down for very specific reasons. And one person starts talking with the person I can't hear, and then that pretty much does the end of that. Yeah, you're not wrong. We are pretty much playing the lotto. You're not wrong. Oh, there's a bone hue. Maybe I could just give him that for the time being. It's not exactly an awful. It's not exactly an awful weapon for a. I don't think he's high enough level for it, though. Sadly. I don't think he is. Soothly fall asleep. Ah. What, put myself to sleep? What about? Checking mules is difficult with this 60-second timer. Depends on who I'm putting it on, Ryan. If I was putting it on a druid, a shape-shifting druid, I would probably put 3 shales in it. Sanic. Oh, man. I mean, yeah, Ryan, that's what I'm saying, is if you're going to be using it on a shape-shifting druid, you probably want the attack speed. So I would probably just throw 3 shales in it. Topo Chico, don't do that to me. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Hmm. Some dual life leech gloves. I already have some dual life leech cups over there, don't I? I do. I do. It's using treachery and boo. The mobility is awesome. Being able to play while you're laying in bed is a freaking awesome. That's awesome. "17 seconds remaining." Ryan, shapeshifting druids only receive attack speed specifically from their weapon, nothing else. If you have increased attack speed on your gloves, if you have increased attack speed on your helmet, on your shield, on your belt, on your amulet, on your armor, none of it affects your character's speed of attack. The only thing that affects your character's speed of attack is the weapon. And I call this out because so many people don't know this, and that's why I suggest putting shales in your Alder's Mace, specifically because it will increase the speed of your attacks massively. Like, you don't even understand. The difference between your attack speed now and putting 3 shale runes in that weapon is going to be just mind-bogglingly high. Say that 3 times fast. I thought I had something sitting around for him. Hell difficulty is serious business. If I don't prep a little bit before I go in here, I'm probably not going to have a good time. You probably also don't know this then, Ryan. Believe it or not, you can use a bow as a druid, a shapeshifting druid. If you put the bow in your shapeshifting druid slot, your weapon slot, and you put arrows in here, and you shapeshift into a druid, you will attack with melee and use the bow's stats. It's pretty cool. There's a really interesting one you can use. It's the Buriza. That one is great for shapeshifting druids. I could have sworn I had a pair of really awesome assassin gloves, but maybe I'm just imagining. I think I'm just imagining it. I started when Diablo 1 came out. That's when I started. Diablo 1. Diablo 1 was a long time ago. I was just a little kid. I had no clue what I was doing. I was getting PK'd by people in town. They were stealing my gold and my equipment. And I had no clue what was going on, but I knew I was having fun. And I couldn't fight back against the cheaters. I didn't know how. But I had a lot of fun playing the game, and that's what really counts. At the end of the day, that's what really counts. Ah, you know what? Let's give him this. Can he wear this? Level 68? No, he can't wear this crap. You know what? Let's hold that in reserve, shall we? We could let him use this one in the meantime. Y'all might be thinking in your minds, like, why the hell is he whipping out javelins for a mercenary? Well, mercenaries could use javelins. They can indeed. Don't ask me why. Rising sun. 4 socket superior at max. Nothing super good over here. Just a bunch of stuff I'm holding on to for random purposes. If it has a very specific purpose, I probably held on to it for that specific purpose. But like, they're not all going to be good for everybody. That's just how it works. Where you at, Veg-O-Matic? Alright. So he should be able to at least use this one, which is fairly nice damage. Has lifesteal. He should be alright with that. It's a kind of a crappy setup, but he'll do just fine for right now. I can give him Bone Hew. Actually, no, I can't give him Bone Hew. It's 195 strength. There's no way he's wearing that. That's not happening. What are my resistances? 58, 55, 48, 48. Not absolutely terrible for being in hell difficulty. That's actually, that's fine. That's actually fine. Let me go get those dual light leech gloves I had sitting around somewhere. I could have sworn I put them somewhere. I don't know. I guess not. And I have 2 attack rating charms. Those will definitely come in handy. Let me remove some of these lesser charms that I don't need. I don't need all these poison charms, honestly. I don't think they're doing me very much good, to be honest. And now that I'm in hell difficulty and all the resistances are ridiculously high, I don't think they were helping me very much anymore. Let's see what else I got laying around for chammies. +5 dexterity with attack rating. Got a freaking assassin torch. I think I'm pretty much good to go. What's up, wrinkly dingus? Ah, the man with the funny name.
They'll never see me coming.
What's up, Blobard? Or just teleport. The blue screen of death.
So dark. Perfect.
Alright, well, capped out fade. Sweet. Sweetie dee 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 dee. D1 equals Crash Wars. I remember in Diablo 1, people would drop items on the ground that as soon as you picked them up, it would crash your game. Like, you weren't even allowed to look at them. They were forbidden items. Do not look at the... Do not seek thee in the corners of your mind. Do not. Man, she's just spamming that giant, isn't she? Am I not hitting them, or are they just immune to physical damage? Okay, maybe I was just hitting the I think I was just hitting the torch instead of the zombies. Let me get a little closer, shall I? Get a little closer, shall I? I mean to click on any of those portals. Still clicked on every single one of them. Two monsters remain. Red Warrior needs food badly. Red Warrior is about to die. I already covered everywhere. He must be hiding in the corner somewhere. It's usually all it is. They're usually just hiding in the corner. He's like, no, I don't want to be found. You're not going to find me. Think you're going to? You think, no. You think you're going to? No. It's not going to happen. No. You're like, oh, buddy.
The rogue's test is done.
You have cleansed the den of evil. Congratulations. Oh lord, I got 2 skill points and nowhere to put them. Max Blade Fury. Boom. Max Fade. Boom. Max Shadow Master. Boom. And what is left? I really don't have a lot left. I mean, one of the things that I was really considering with this build is Cloak of Shadows. Specifically because Cloak of Shadows is, I'm afraid it won't do me any good, no god. It's, this is what I'm using right now. I do appreciate it, though. What was I talking about? I don't even remember.
Where can I take you?
My train of thought interrupted. Oh yeah, skill points. The negative defense. on this. Actually, seems like it might be useful considering I'm having attack rating issues. And negative enemy defense, I'm kind of curious how high it goes up. It might be, oh my god, every time I'm doing something, somebody clicks on me to try and trade to me. Like, I'm literally looking at my character panel. Sirs. Sirs. I do like my slowest target and my knockback though, sir. Although these are really nice with the strength and the dex and the cold resist and the fire resist. I'm not gonna lie, they're pretty nice. Why are my resistances negative all of a sudden? Oh, that's because I swapped over from this set. Losing my knockback is sad. I think I'm gonna have to keep these on. I don't, until I can find another form of knockback somewhere. I'll have to hold on to these. Yeah, let me see how high this negative defense goes up. That's what I'm really interested in here. So, Cloak of Shadows. D2. Blawbard was slain by a zombie. At level 20, it's negative 72%, which is a pretty high percentage negative defense. Has a duration of 26 seconds. And bonus defense to me of 64%. Very interesting. I think that might be a winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I guess we're building Cloak of Shadows. That should help my poor attack rating. My poor, terrible attack rating. My poor, terrible attack rating. Nice. I mean, Magic Find doesn't give you any guarantees. You can find items without Magic Find as well. It's interesting. So, yeah, I only have an 88% chance to hit with Blessed Aim and all my effects. Without Blessed Aim, or sorry, with Cloak of Shadows, though, I'll notice I'm hitting every single time. It's not bad. If I up my deck so I can cap my block as well. Not sure how much I'm going to need to cap my block, but be interesting to find out. The dex will also help me a little bit as far as attack rating is concerned. I mean, it depends on what you're going for. If there's a lot of different builds for Assassin, yeah, I would definitely say so. Odin can do very well if you've got the right equipment, Ryan. And if you build them correctly. I'm just out here murdering everything for no reason. When I could be moving on to the next zone. Because I like to murder. Flavy. That's one way to make sure I don't get loot. I'd be knocking everybody away from me, 18 miles away. By the time they die, they're like not off the screen. Even if they did drop something good, I wouldn't even know what it was. Hey, all resistance is 8, 5 to 9 cold damage? Hell yeah. That's a nice little large jamming. Let's see, I know that 5 is the maximum for a small charm, and 15 is the maximum for a grand jamming. So what is exactly half of 15? And there is no exactly half of 15. But it would be, what, 5, 6, 7, 7.5, so it's actually not bad. A large charm this large charm is a little bit higher than half of 15, so it's technically a capped all res large jammy. That's not bad at all. All res large jammies. Yoink. Super noob question SWP. Yeah, go ahead. Two off, yeah, 2 off. Never.
Whose handiwork lies buried here?
Level 65. Blood Raven, I got shurikens for you. Take all the shurikens that I can give. I got lots of shurikens and a shiv. Take everything I got for you. Don't be unpolite or I will shoot you in the eye.
What I kill stays dead.
Chaos Sanctuary and Baal, which is the Throne of Darkness or whatever, or destruction or blah. It basically means doing those areas. So if you were to do a Sea Baal run, it would mean that you were going to run Chaos and Baal, usually in that order. Because they're doing the entire Chaos SWP, not just Diablo. See, they like to specify specifically that they're doing, you know, Chaos, because the majority of the time they skip right over everything, so... They want to make sure you know that they're not skipping over everything on the way to Diablo. The EXP is good there. Maybe one day, Blackwell. I mean, let's see how the ladder goes. The first ladder. Ladders are generally very long. I believe they reduced the ladder to, was it 4 months? But you're probably not going to see much much going on, I think, until after at least one ladder. Maybe they'll have some new additions for the ladder specifically. So if you're going to want to take a look at those, you're probably going to have to end up playing ladder to get an idea of what's going on. What's up, Ali Oyman? How does ladder work? Never did it before. Yes, I'm an OG. I'm from long ago. So ladder is a game mode that is essentially like a new character. All right. So essentially, how it works is everybody plays this game mode, which is the one we're in right now, for a really long period of time, and eventually everybody has everything. There will come a time where literally the game will be flooded with all the most valuable items in the world. And just about everybody will have every item, and this gets boring very quickly because when everybody has everything, there's no challenge. So what ladder is meant to be is it's meant to be a fresh start to the game for players. You basically will create a new character, and that new character will be used in the ladder game. The new character is going to have no equipment and no money, and you will not have access to any of the equipment that you have stored up previously, because this whole world is a fresh start. In the ladder, you also have the ability to compete with other players to reach level 99 first. There's a player board, essentially, and as you level up, your name will appear on the player's board. If you're hardcore and you die, your name will show that you have died on the player board. So a little embarrassing there, especially if you happen to get very high in the ladder and then you die. Everybody's gonna know your name, like the old song. Everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. There used to be ladder-specific content. However, the ladder-specific content was taken away with Diablo 2 Resurrected, and all of the ladder-only content was added to the regular game. So, as at this particular point in time, unless they change something, there is only 3 good reasons to play on ladder. Number 1, you get a fresh start, and you get to actually, start fresh with everybody else. So everybody ends up being poor. You're poor. They're poor. Items that are worth nothing right now are worth pretty good amounts of money. There's a lot of fun to be had. That was the theme to Cheers. I probably butchered it horribly. It's been so long since I've heard it. Number 2 is the competition to get to the number 1 spot in ladder. And number 3 is to follow your friends. So if your friends are in ladder, maybe you want to join your friends. Now, in the future, if they should add some specific bonuses for a ladder, like, for instance, ladder-only rune words, ladder-only events, ladder-only unique items, ladder-only specific rolls on items, which was a thing. It really just kind of depends. As of right now, though, they don't have any of that, as at least said to us, that it's going to happen. So we can't really assume that it will. Man, you can tell when I miss my hits, because I do lots of damage per strike. And when I miss, nothing. And you just know it's a miss. I feel like it would be a lot more interesting than just simply making a ladder. Because I've talked about this before. Diablo 2 Resurrected is not far enough along at this particular point in time for a fresh restart to be something that is desirable. People have not finished their characters yet. I mean, that's and usually the fresh restart comes in when you're looking at like, I'm bored. Like, I've been playing for so long, I have all the equipment, I've got every rune word that I never wanted, I've got the six-legged puppy that I really wanted, I've got a wife and a girlfriend and a dog. My dog has a girlfriend, and like, literally, when you're talking about like the game and why you would want a fresh start, it's literally because you've got everything. You're rich, right? Well, if you don't actually have everything, you haven't actually finished everything there is to do, a fresh restart doesn't sound appealing to anybody. And this is in lies the issue, is that we're too close to the start of the game, and if they try and make one like right this second, a lot of people aren't going to go over, especially if there's no incentive for them to do so.
Yes?
Hey, that's my six-legged puppy, Onyx. Don't you dare thieve, okay? No thieving. Don't you even think about touching Veg-O-Matic's dog. The most rootin' tootin', beat 'em up, cowpoke of a dog that ever did live. And that, sir, is a fact. Do I think they are going to get proactive outside of ladder, similar to new mechanics, etc., that they've done with seasons in Diablo 3? I kind of hope they don't. That's a little bit too drastic. I never really liked how the seasons worked in Diablo 3. I mean, they gave you a set armor, and the set armor was literally freaking god tier and told you exactly what abilities to use and what freaking buttons to press. It might as well have played the game for you. That's how I thought about them set armors. They were really, really stupid. I want to play the character I want to play. I want to play the character my way. I want somebody to dictate to me how to play my character. I mean, some of the stuff that Diablo 3 did was okay, but some of it was really, really stupid, and I don't know why they decided to go those routes. I feel like at some point they had a choice, you know? They were like, hey, this is what I'm gonna do, and And somebody along the line was like, hey, that's a dumb idea. You shouldn't do that. And they just shrugged it off and kept right on trucking. Hard to see my faded shurikens. Oh no! Watch them rip them to shreds. Rip them back, rip them back, rip back. A D&D versus modern D&D? What are you talking about, Willis? You talking about like Neverwinter Nights Dungeons and Dragons versus like modern Dungeons and Dragons? Because Neverwinter Nights Dungeons and Dragons was way better. Yeah, sure. If you want to drop it off, Onyx, I'll take it. I shall take it. Immune to physical. 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 Nice be time for that Atlas Scarab that I don't have. Mana burn and magic resistant. Wow. Boom, boom, boom. Still clicked on a random portal. Didn't mean to click on it. It's so stupid. I just want to go through it. Ethereal Ice Blink. Sweet. Oh, such a nice little armor. Shogusakas. Martial arts. I don't need martial arts, Onyx. I'm a non-martial art sin. I'm a stupid sin. Hmm.
I can hardly.
I can hardly believe that we defeated Blood Raven. Blood Raven. I'm actually using these, Onyx. If you want that martial arts one back, you're more than welcome to it. I'm actually going to build up on shadow disciplines. That's my goal. Shadow disciplines. Gotta make my character more tanky. Gotta make our character more tanky. Need some more feed and need some more jank and need some more stuff and need some more jank and Stuff and jank and what's up, tree head wolf? I got daggers for you. I got shurikens for you. Die. Look at all these dead rogues on a spit over here, Treehead. I thought we talked about this. I thought we took you to the Rogues Anonymous, and we got you hooked up on that drug that was supposed to help you stop killing rogues. I thought we had you hooked up. Did you go off your meds? Did you go off your meds, Treehead? I think Treehead went off his meds. It's okay, Treehead. We're going to get you back on track. We're going to get you back on the meds. Alright? Don't worry about it. We got you. Okay? In like an hour. When you res. Onyx done found every single rune in the game. Like some sort of like lucky Lucko from Luckingtown. Found a freaking Zod rune. I don't even understand how he found a Zod rune. That's like the rarest rune in the game. It don't matter that it's not valuable. That's not the point. That's not what I'm trying to say. It literally is the rarest rune in the game. And he just like dropped one from the ground like it was nothing. He like, oh, got a Zod rune today and go run. Oh god, he's immune to physical. Okay, well, good luck killing Griswold. You're gonna blind him, how about that? There you go, be blind. Be blind, I don't got no elemental damage. I still don't have my amplified damage. What's up, Griswold? I shoot you in the butt with some jank, and you're gonna cry about it. And you're not even taking a single point of damage. Hold on, let me go get my Atmos Scarab so I can miss him over and over again. I guess I could always hold on to it for swappies. Swappy? Swappy. I probably won't be able to hit him anymore, but swappies. Aw, he already did. Oh, he's not dead, never mind. Ow, leave Pratham alone. What did he do to you? Rude Pratham killer. What did 31,000 gold Pratham ever do to you? Nothing. Nothing. Amp damage sucks. Oh, just a reminder, I don't know if the people who won the contest are watching or not, but I have sent you emails to let you know that you have won the contest. I have gotten nothing in reply. If you guys don't reply in a week, I'm going to give away the items to somebody else. And that's really all there is to it. I don't have time to wait. I've had this happen too many times where I literally will do a contest, somebody will win the item, and it's like they just disappear into the ether, and no matter how many times I try to get in contact with them, it is unfruitful. And I just want you to know, like, you know, I really need you guys to message me back. So the two people who won the contest, check your dang email, check your spam folder, check and get back to me. Eh? Cause your mama's a hoe. Boom, 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 boom. No, I remade my portal like an idiot, and I forgot to get the waypoint like an idiot. I even was like, hey, let's not remake our portal so we can get back to Darkwood, and then I remade my portal, and yeah. I totally forgot. You have risked your life to rescue Cade. That's actually not a bad ring. If only if it had more attack rating. 2 res, 10 energy, 8 dex, lifesteal. It's only level 31. It's actually not terrible. Keep.
Good day.
Pratham, are you level 65 yet? You're not level 65 yet. Well, fine. Don't use it then. Nobody is asking you to use it except for me. Ooh, we can use giant skull. You could use the skull.
Put that to good use.
That's better than that one. It's got a giant skull. Give him some crushing blow. A little bit of CB, a little bit of nice, a little bit of crushing blow on the rice. Man, he ain't got enough strength for that. Oh, freaking 187, even with the helmet. And this thing's 195. That ain't gonna happen. Not anytime soon, anyway. Oh yeah, it's physical damage, Onyx. Physical. It's physical. Physical. I guess nobody has Darkwood Waypoint, so I guess we get to run back like idiots. Welcome to the world of Let's Run Back Like Idiots. On our way to Darkwood from over here. I'm going to use burst of speed just so I can get there faster. Uh-oh, we got somebody from the Russian dialect. Translate. Pindosian, hello. What's up, Morningstar? Running, running, running as fast as we can. We're running, running, running all the way. I put him up, Morningstar. He was getting anxious, and he looked like he was thirsty, and he probably had to go tinkle. You know, they do tend to go tinkle eventually. It's a thing. One of these days, they do tend to go to the bathroom. Yeah, 5 socket. Pulse crawler the dead over here. Look here, pulse crawler. It's a chinchilla. So, random fact of the day. You guys ready for random fact of the day? I don't think you're ready for this one. This is a good one. So, chinchillas actually have very, 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 very similar inner ear structure to humans. And because their inner ear structure is so similar to humans, they are actually used as test subjects for doctors who are specializing in ear medicine. So when the doctors are in school, they actually examine, they use the little like magnifying glass and the light and the various tools to examine the chinchilla's ears because they are extremely similar to ours. And generally they go unharmed in this regard, so don't be too sad for them. It's not like they're testing random drugs or something like that. But occasionally, apparently, that some of the doctors are bad at what they do, and they do actually accidentally puncture the inner ear of the chinchilla sometimes. It's not very common, but usually when that happens, the chinchilla is not always a goner, and they usually give them to someone to make a pet out of. In fact, I think after a certain number of years, they usually end up letting people adopt them as well, so they usually end up finding homes. And I can't remember the name of the organization that uses them specifically, but I just thought it was a very interesting fact that chinchillas have basically the same ears as humans. Fizz immune, amplify damage, knockback, slows target, crushing blow. I borrowed Gaheeds from you the other day. You actually said if anybody wants it, we could join your game and get it. Found one today and want to pay it forward. Anybody want it? Oh, look at that. Jeff's giving away a free Gaheeds. Gaheeds, who wants a Gaheeds? Magic find and negative vendor cost. The song doesn't rhyme, but I don't care. You better come in time. That's all you get. A Gaheeds is a Gaheeds is a Gaheeds. If you don't have a Gaheeds is better than nothing. Gaheeds got the deeds, gonna take you to the place. He's got all the loot buried up in his place. Don't ask him where, 'cause he's got a hidden map. Don't even remember himself where it's at. Don't ask Geeds where he's got his loot, or he'll take your head and he will poop. Yeah, I just thought of the dumbest thing. So freaking dumb. Imagine you were in a game like this, and somebody came up to you and bought one of your most expensive items in the entire world, right? Like millions of gold, right? To you, an NPC, that millions of gold would be retirement, right? You just retire. Just screw it. I'm just retiring. And it'd be the dumbest mechanic ever, but basically if you spend too much money at a shop in a given period of time, the NPC would just leave. Because, he's going to go buy his little mansion somewhere out in the country and fill it with a bunch of like maids and butlers and stuff and have like 18 dogs and you made it possible because you freaking bought like the most expensive item in the world from him. Onyx wants to Play a blade furry assassin. Onyx wants to have some fun playing a blade furry assassin. Uh-oh, here comes the Kyle. That's not Kyle, that's the Kyle. He should just change his name from Kyle to the Kyle. Man, those guys hit hard. They almost killed me in one hit. Almost killed my Merc in one hit like 3 times. I burned a bunch of juvies to try and keep them alive. And they almost killed my freaking maxed out Shadow Master, so... Little broken on the OP side. I'll go res my Merc real quick. I like to have my Merc.
Yes?
I like to Merc it. I Merc it. I want all my Merc. I want to kill things with Mercs, and I do it every day. Give me Mercs to kill you, and I will make you pay. Oh, Mercs everywhere. It's Mercs every day. I got amp damage on my amulet, and I'm gonna kill these ghosts. I just need it to proc. And if it will just proc amp damage for me. Come on, amp damage. Let's go. Come on, amp. Amp damage. I don't want blind effects. I want the amp damage. Amp damage. Amp damage. I don't think I can hit him with without my angelic amulet on. I think that's the problem. I guess I gotta put the angelic amulet back on. What's my end goal equipment, Onyx? Lots of shadow skillers. I need much better armor, fortitude, phoenix, which is pretty expensive. Fortitude and phoenix, I need both. Well, I've got one Onyx, and I was kind of thinking of using it, but there's problems. I think I really need a Reaper's Toll, and I've not found a single Reaper's Toll the entire time I've been playing. I think that's probably what I need to really make this build work, is a Reaper's Toll for my Merc. Either that or find a way to have the attack rating so that I can actually hit targets without using the stupid angelic rings and amulet. Unfortunately, there's like no attack rating on this build. I was also considering just a freaking ITD weapon, but highest rune in this spot. I found an Ohm rune here once before. I found several interesting runes here. I believe you can find up to a jaw, not from the Countess herself though. A low rune can potentially drop from the minions of the Countess, not the Countess herself, which is rather odd. You gave what to Deeks? Come on, proximate. Rocks the map already. What kind of stingy are ya? With all the attacks I have, you would think it would be easy to proc amp on this character, but for some reason, I guess because I just have really crappy attack rating, the atmosphere is just not doing its job. Unfortunately. I'm just not hitting them. That's my problem. I have like what is it? 40% chance to hit. And out of that 40%, I'm not getting the proc that I need. And nobody here has amplify damage or decrepify, so would be nice. I was hoping for a proc at some point, but man, that jank ain't procking either. Oh wait, it procced finally, and I'm out of mana. Great. Boo. Blobard, no. It's dangerous.
Good day.
+1 assassin lifesteal. I'm using G-Face. I got the face of the G. Ow. Man, my merc. Oh, that was my merc. Good. Gotcha, sucker. Got the imp proc that time. I feel like these guys don't know that these monsters are immune to physical. They're just having a whole good old time trying to murder everything. The only reason I'm killing them is because I know I can kill them eventually. Eventually. The hell was that sound? Here's level 3 right here. We can avoid the ghosties, since we have absolutely no elemental damage whatsoever. Something I will fix in time, but not right this second. Ow! Stop being rude! There's bats all over the place. Yes, excellent. Blade Sentinel. A jewel? I like jewels. Something like that, you will. The Zircon Jewel of Virility. Or something, some such nonsense. God, more ghosts. Go away, ghosts. Can't kill you yet. I will in time. Eventually. Not right now. Smoked sphere. It's smoked swarm. Plus one to Hydra. It's worth some money to sell back in town. It's worth a little dinars. Hyperion. Tower Stellar level 5. In the tower, you will get a bloodbath. In the tower, you will get your bloodbath. In the tower. Yes, we're going to get some blood in a bathtub full of virgin blood and stuff, and probably some other stuff. I don't know. Some hair. Or some cockroaches. The rejuvenating blood of 100 virgins. This game has me wanting to know the answer to some really weird questions. Like, how many virgins, or how much blood does it take to fill up a bathtub? And how many people does that equate to? What's the person ratio? A Grimmy Scythe? Oh, nothing good on that Grimmy Scythe. Fort Rune that nobody wants. I'll take it. Crescent Moon, Duress, Skillums, Lidless, until I get Tiamat's or Phoenix. Using Lidless? Why are you using Lidless? On a Blade Fury Assassin? Goblin Boots, Raven Frost, Crafted Leech Ring, Amy, until I can get Atmas, and Bull Kathos. Alright, guys and gals, I hate to call this early, but it's not really early, it's actually really late for me. I know 6:30 p.m. is not exactly late, but it is when you got up at 2 in the morning and went to work, which is what time I was at work last night, was 2 a.m. in the morning, so I've been up literally since 2 a.m., and I'm getting pretty tired. My schedule is going to be all weird this week because of Thanksgiving. I'll be on when I'm on. I really don't know exactly when that'll be, so I guess we'll see. And I do want to get this this character fully leveled up. I also am interested in making a new character, which I will just simply label the passive Amazon. I'm not exactly 100% sure yet what I want to do with a passive Amazon, but I do intend to build a passive Amazon. I think it's going to be very interesting. And look at the damage difference on that. I really want to get my hands on an ethereal flesh ripper. It is an ideal weapon of mine. I would really like to get an ethereal flesh ripper if anybody happens to have one lying around. I would really enjoy an F flesh ripper. Oh, okay. A jav skill, Chammy. I'll take it. For my javelin. Flesh Ripper has the amazing Crushing Blow, Deadly Strike, Open Wounds, Prevent Monster Heal, Slows Target. It's got like everything in one nice little package, including negative 50% target's defense, which would be ideal for me, even over, I think, death, just simply because of that negative 50% target's defense is going to be a pretty big boon to my non-attack rating. So, it's interesting there. I don't know if I can get my hands on an ethereal flesh ripper. Flesh ripper is a kind of a rare item. It is the hell version. It's the fanged knife, and it's not something that people normally hang on to. Some people just sell it to the NPC. A lot of people don't really realize what it's worth, but it is actually a very powerful item, especially for smiters. If you have a smiter and you just want a budget weapon for your smiter, Flesh Ripper is an amazing budget weapon. It gives you Crushing Blow, it gives you Deadly Strike, it gives you Open Wounds, it gives you Prevent Monster Heal, it gives you Slows Target by, gives you negative 50% target's defense, and all in one nice, neat little package. Toss a couple Zeals in there. I use it on my Salvation Paladin when I do Ubers. I'll just put it on his, or Conviction Paladin, sorry. I use it on my Conviction Paladin when I do Ubers. I just throw it on his offhand and I just swap it whenever I need it. And it works pretty well. Alright guys and gals, I will see you later. Look at my sexy assassin. Look at my sexy necromancer. Et look at my sexy barbarian. Look at my sexy adjuster. And then the TNT with Amazon. And then I got the Convictor. And my Firewall Sorceress. My Firewall Energy Shield Sorceress. You do got an F Flesh Ripper? Really? Really? You not just tease? Do you tease? Do you do the teasing? Because if you do the teasing, then not very nice. Meep. Here, come give it to me then. I will trade you, sir. I will do the heckin' trade. What do you need? What you want? I got full Natalia set. You want a full Natalia set? I got a 520 Archon plate. Very good for a Fortitude. You want a Fortitude base? I got Talrasha's belts. I got some essences. You can have some essences. I got ow, that's sharp. I think what I would socket it with. What would I socket it with? Don't need shale, because Blade Fury doesn't work with attack speed. I could socket it with a ED Jewel. A Jaw Rune, give it ITD. As if I had a Jaw Rune just simply laying around. As if I had a Jaw Rune just simply, just here's a little Jaw Rune, here's the Jaw Rune for you, here's the Jaw Rune for there. If I had a Jaw Rune, I'd probably use it on something more important than a weird build that I'm doing. What's up, Shanky Poo? I heard you like... I don't have a job, Rune. Remember, Onyx, you were talking with the two of them in chat, and one had a Sir Rune and the other one had a Sir Rune, and they wanted to make an Enigma, and they pooled their Sir Runes together to make a Burr Rune and made themselves an Enigma, and they begged for the job.
I dropped it on the ground, and now I can't find it, and it was right there, but I gotta keep hitting on the ground, and it's making me feel gross.
Okay, I'll come in there in just a minute. I'm about to get off. Ooh, 15 max damage, poison resist, jammy. Random champ in my inventory. Alright, well, the beautiful lady needs me. I can pick it up from you later, ES Storm. It's not a big deal. I mean, Kegel. I got to go. I'll see you later. The girlfriend needs me. Away, Super Ginger.